Good morning. Good morning. Welcome, everybody, to the September meeting of the University of Maine System Board of Trustees. Before we begin, we have two important introductions. Two people who are at this board meeting for the first time. One is Trustee John Moore from Farmington. Welcome. And while she's been on the job for several months, we're really pleased to have President Jennifer Cushman from UMA here. So we have a busy agenda, and I look forward to the discussion. Before we begin, though, I just want to thank President Edmondson for her hospitality. She and her team have done an outstanding job, and this is one heck of a building for a meeting, isn't it? It's terrific. We're really very pleased to be here and very pleased. Last night, we had a wonderful dinner, and it was just a great time for us to get together. And most importantly, we heard a little history of this institution from Professor Bischoff. And she walked us through from the early days of the normal school, and we really came to understand. And I think she well visualized what a regional comprehensive university is. It was a great discussion. And I think importantly, she reminded us that reflecting on history is a way to inform the present. And I think given that this is the 22nd anniversary of 9/11, it's particularly important that we take a moment and reflect on that horrific day, recognizing that most of our students weren't born. I know it was certainly a seminal event for their parents and for all of us and those of us who remember where we were that day. And so to take a minute to remember those who died, to honor them, to honor those who survived, their families of those who died, and all the extraordinary people who went to work that day and weeks and months and years later. I think it's just an important time to take a moment of reflection. And while I don't mean to imply in any there can't be anything that has the impact and the importance of 9/11. So I don't mean to make an analogy, but I do want to evoke for a minute the spirit that followed it. We all remember around this table, I think, or most of us, the extraordinary coming together. You know, there were no silos, there were no differences. People came together as Americans to deal with a terrifically horrible crisis. And I think that virtue, that can-do attitude, that notion of if we have a challenge, we'll face it, we'll deal with it, is worth thinking about as we begin this meeting. We have our own challenges, certainly nothing to compare to the horrors of 9/11, but we have our own challenges, the demographic challenges, the fiscal challenges, the extraordinary public questioning of the value of higher education. We have our work cut out for us. And I think, I just want to take a minute to say, I think that we on the board see in the chancellor, his staff, and mostly the presidents, most importantly, the presidents, that spirit of resilience, creativity, can do, that no challenge is too great for us, and we have many, and that you have done just extraordinary work. I think people forget the fall semester started, students everywhere. Look at here, I mean, just people, the incredibly hard work, the extraordinary work of teaching and learning, of research and public service that goes on every day, and that often doesn't get any attention at all. And I want you to know that this board knows how hard you work and the extraordinary work going on at every single campus. And just to take a minute before we start to say thank you. And with that, let us turn to public comment. And before we call people up, we did get a letter from Robert Jean regarding the retiree health issue, concerns about the need for an ombudsman and more conversation. And I'm very pleased to report that Vice Chancellor Dorsey's on top of it. There is an ombudsman, Ann Remick. She's the point of contact for retirees to connect them with the resources that they need, particularly as open enrollment will begin in November. And there's a retiree health, I'm getting the words wrong, team advisory committee that's working and working with other advisory groups. So there's plenty of places for comment, and we look forward to hearing more about that. But thank you very much for your quick attention to that. And with that, we have three people who would like to testify, and let me ask Donna Wampole to please come to the podium.
Good morning, members of the board, and thank you so much for the lovely comment about teaching and the importance of that. With that, I'd like to share with you the difficulties that we're having right now on our USM campus in buildings that are not these brand new buildings, but the three that have all of the mold and mildew and among several other things. So I simply have bullet points. In the 5 years that I've been here, my personal office has leaked or flooded 3 times, causing personal damage to personal items as well as university items. There is a chronic sewer smell that is coming up or backing up in the floor of the women's identified bathroom over here in Masterton building. Currently, my department, the School of Social Work, is forced to disperse from our site due to mold and mildew. We have visible mildew in 2 faculty offices and in 1 commonly used student space. My colleagues and I across the campus are teaching in rooms with obvious distinctive smells of mold and dampness. I have taught in a room with a wet carpet, and I knew it was wet when I nearly fell walking down the hallway because of the linoleum, and my students and I all heard a squelching sound of our shoes. The air conditioning very often runs in the winter, but not in the summer. I have this week alone, this past 2 weeks, canceled or ended classes twice due to the extreme heat and lack of proper ventilation or ventilation control in our buildings. I was at a meeting on Thursday with other members of campus that was not a class, and I would approximate that that room was 85 to 90 degrees. One colleague of mine has chronic lung and asthma issues, and she is unable to be on site because walking into her office, she goes into horrifying coughing fits. I have multiple students with visible and invisible disabilities that are directly affected by this. And all of this continues to promote an environment of ableism against students, staff, and faculty, as we are left to our own devices to manage our health and wellness under an organization continually failing to attend to creating and maintaining a healthy learning environment. Thank you for your time.
Next up is Jeanette Andonian.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jeanette Andoni, and I'm the Associate Dean of the School of Social Work. I'm not going to take too much more of your time because Donna Wampole actually covered a lot of comments that I really wanted to emphasize about the state, the scale of deferred maintenance on this campus. This is a beautiful building. This is not the norm. The student-facing buildings are in a terrible state of disrepair. And I just wanted to emphasize how I hope the Board of Trustees will work to make deferred maintenance funding a top priority for this university. It really greatly impacts the experience of all employees here, as well as the student experience overall. And it does not communicate the environments do not communicate a student focused every day. And so the onus for that is left on faculty and staff to kind of make that a reality for students. But the spaces really kind of contradict that. So we're doing all kinds of work to recruit and retain our students. We work hard to support our students. And I hope the University of Maine system will invest in the deferred maintenance to remediate the problems that we're having. Thank you.
And finally, Paul Johnson.
Good morning, everybody. And firstly, welcome to the Board of Trustees to USM. It's very nice to have you here on campus, and thank you very much for coming. I'd also like to thank you for this building and other buildings, the new building, the Art Centre that's going to be built in USM as well. So thank you very much indeed for that. I also want to bring to your attention, talk about our President and Provost and the outstanding work that President Edmondson has done over the last year. And also Provost Pearson She's only been here 3 months, but boy, oh boy, did she hit the ground running. I also want to make a thank you to Adam Chichinsky, who was the provost for last year. And Adam did an absolutely outstanding job at very short notice and was very, very well respected by the faculty. You've heard from two of my colleagues from the School of Social Work, and I know Livy talked about the history, but I want to tell you a little bit about USM School of Social Work. Our undergraduate School of Social Work last year celebrated over 50 years. Our MSW program began 22 years, literally to the day you mentioned already, Chairman Riley. And we graduated our first class in 2003. You mentioned work. Now, my colleague Donna Wampole didn't know I was going to talk about this, but over the summer, over the year, she worked with 9 students from our low residency program to write an essay, or write a paper rather, which was published in Social Work with Groups. She also presented at the International Association of Social Workers with Groups. I've been a member of that organization since 1998. So I'm getting a little bit old now, but never mind. In addition to that, she presented, in addition to that, she and I worked together with 4 students from our master's program. One of the students, their essay, Supporting the Researchers of Traumatic Experience, got an international award, international. Now, if you can't pitch your own work, I also wrote a book, Collective Trauma. And if you go over to the library, you'll see my book and lots of other faculty members from the school, from the University of Southern Maine, their work. It's worth going over there. If you want a copy, you can buy it and I'll sign it for you. In addition to that, President Edmondson and I wrote a small piece for MEA called The Impact of Tuition Waivers for Free Community College. I don't know how many of you read the New York Times yesterday, but there's a whole piece about not universities and the struggles that we all face with higher education. So my last point is this, and many of you have heard me speak before. President Edmondson and the Provost, Lydia Savage, and I meet bi-weekly with the President and the Provost. I understand President Rice, wherever he is now intending also to meet with the AFM representatives, I don't know, on a bi-weekly basis or a monthly basis, but I encourage all presidents and provosts, please have regular meetings with your president of AFM and the grievance rep. And out of prevention is much better than cure. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Well, during the lunch break, we'll go buy those books. And I do want to assure the earlier speakers that the issue of deferred maintenance is front and center, and that this chancellor is the first chancellor who's required campuses to spend part of their budget on deferred maintenance. These issues are ones we talk about frequently in times of tough budget. We have not retracted from our commitment to deferred maintenance, but recognize it's an enormous undertaking after all these years. So we'll do our best. And I know President Edmondson is on top of that. And we've heard her talk about it before. So I know there's work underway. So thank you all very much. Let me now go to the first item on our action agenda, which is a resolution for, campus round. Oh, the most important thing. I forgot the campus round robin from the presidents. Why don't we begin? Let's see. President Rice, can we begin with you?
Absolutely, Chair Riley. I just wanted to shout out to the campus. We had our convocation last week, which was kind of it's a bit unusual as a convocation because it's as much as a pep rally and a welcoming to the students, but very nicely done. And we got just some wonderful feedback from the students, including, not all the students attend convocation. We asked them to all come across the stage and they receive a t-shirt in the various colors of their program. And so there was one mathematics major that came across the stage and got a huge standing ovation from the entire crowd. We actually heard directly from that person saying, I've never experienced anything like that in my life. So I take that as a positive from the students. student, but it's always that's always a great experience. Also very pleased in terms of speaking of deferred maintenance of one of our dormitories. We went through a refurbishing, I would call it, not a complete renovation, but made possible through funds, through bonds, through the generosity of Maine voters. And that really has led to a positive impact, positive feedback from our students. I always know that's positive because students in the other dorms are complaining about those dorms because they're not as nice as the refurbished Park Hall is right now. So again, looking forward to the continuing work we do in that regards to our dormitories. And also I should add, very pleased that the University of Maine at Presque Isle was one of 4 institutions profiled in a Chronicle publication about, surviving difficult enrollment times, and speaking of our 30% growth over the last 3 years. So I'm glad that that is continuing, and my thanks to all of the faculty, staff, administration, and particularly the students in support of our competency-based programming. So thank you.
Thank you. President Cushman, welcome.
Thank you. I'm really happy to be here. And I'm delighted to give a few examples of how UMA lives its mission of meeting students from all backgrounds, where they are, when and how they need it, whatever mode they need, in person, distance, with programs designed for today's economy and collaborations with other institutions and industry to transform lives. So I'm happy to highlight 4 examples. UMA's statewide nursing program, which has cohorts in Augusta, Ellsworth, Rockland, Rumford, and Brunswick, achieved a 100% first-time pass rate on the NCLEX for our 2023 graduating cohort. Our nursing This is a result of the fact that our nursing faculty worked closely with the 43 graduates to prepare them for the exam. And we are so grateful and proud for our faculty and graduates. This bodes well as UMA prepares to launch the UMA Capital Center for Workforce Simulation, which includes expanding the number of nursing students each year. Our second celebratory note is through our Brunswick Center, we are working with Bath Iron Works to train their workers on site locally and allow them to work towards degrees. And this is a model for industry relations that fits all of our campuses and centers. And we're excited to have that collaboration. Increasingly, our students, especially out of state and international, are asking for affordable housing. And we just opened Cleveland Hall, our new residence hall, and we are 99% full in all of our residences. And in a system collaboration, we also have 5 additional Bangor students in an Orono Res Hall, a win-win. And finally, in another system collaboration, we currently have an exhibit in our Danforth Gallery of works from artists from all of the UMS universities that have art programs. And we're happy to grow these kinds of collaborations across the system. In this instance, maybe making this an annual event that could potentially circulate. Thank you.
Thank you. President Edmondson.
Thank you. And again, I want to welcome everyone here. It's just really lovely to have you in this space. I mean, I've seen this space in various stages of development, and it's just lovely to have such a prestigious meeting here on our campus in this building. So when I prepare for the roundtable, I ask members of my leadership team to send me highlights that I should share. This time I was inundated with so many things, which is a good sign because they're wonderful things, but I've decided that I'll focus primarily on what's happening with our University of Southern Maine libraries, and then just give you a few updates on our students. So one thing that I've learned over the past year is that the USM libraries are just phenomenal. We have amazing librarians and they're doing all kinds of wonderful things. And that was emphasized for me particularly during the first week of class when Gina Guadagnino and I took our students to the special collections area of the library. And they had this exercise for us where the students were able to understand the histories of Portland, Gorham, and Lewiston as part of the beginning of their class. So I was really appreciative of that. And one of those librarians, Jill Picott-Roy, is a special collections librarian who was recently accepted to the Radical Librarianship Institute. With that acceptance comes a $10,000 programming grant. And so I do encourage you, if you haven't spent time in our libraries, to please go over and check that out. We also have a special collections library at the Lewiston campus, the Franco-American Library, and Anna Faherty, who's a librarian there, has worked with the Franco-American Collection Consortium in service of the Franco-American Digital Archives portal to receive an NEH grant in the amount of $350,000. And so I want to say kudos to Anna for her work on this. It was a large group effort that recognizes the work of the entire consortium. There is a Franco-American tour app. So I also want to give kudos to Anna for bringing this to fruition and for getting the public to see the great work of the Franco-American Library Collection. And there are a number of interesting exhibits and series that are planned for the fall. So I encourage you to take a look at their website to see what's happening and join in at any time. I'm going to shift gears just a little bit to let you know that our School of Business is celebrating 100 years of business education. They first started offering classes in 1924, and so that'll be a year-long celebration. And I want to give you just a quick glimpse of what we know about our first year class. So even though this is before census, there are some trends that I think are important. One is that this is the most diverse first year class, with nearly 24% of the class reporting to be students of color. Our first year out of state enrollments are up 21% compared to last year, and we are on track to have our largest first year out of state class in 7 years. Our out of state graduate enrollments are up 9%. And our first year in-state GPA is 3.35, and that's up from 3.21 in the fall of 2017. So we're getting really academically talented high school students coming into our university. And then the last thing I'll say is that our Gorham and Portland residence halls are at 97% occupancy. And so we're really happy about that as well. So thank you.
Great, thank you. President Farini Mundi.
Good morning, thank you. I'm happy to be able to report on three components. I'm not sure.
No, he's trying. Look at him.
Why don't we start the other end and go to Dean's?
You got it.
Okay, good. Yep.
Yes. Okay. So first of all, what is it like to be here in this gorgeous building? And thank you, President Edmondson and our USM colleagues for hosting us here today. I'm going to speak about three different components of the mission of our research and land grant university and how we've had some extraordinary successes in all three of these areas. One is on the very front end, securing the external funding that makes it possible for our faculty and students to advance knowledge and create educational opportunities in the context of the research activity. And there are two of really many grants that have come in the past few weeks that I'd like to highlight. First of all, our School of Nursing received a $1.96 million award to work with aspiring family nurse practitioners, particularly with a focus on rural and underserved regions of the state of Maine. And so that activity will commence and we'll be able to engage students in that. The other is the participation of the University of Maine as a partner in a $30 million National Science Foundation Science and Technology Center Award, the first for the University of Maine's involvement. And the topic is, the center is called the Center for Grading Indigenous Knowledges and Sciences. So it's also very new territory for the National Science Foundation in this set of projects, these centers. The PI for the University of Maine is Bonnie Newsom, a former member of this board of trustees. And co-PIs include Darren Ranko and John Daigle. The work of the center, which is led by the University of Massachusetts at Amherst, will be about connecting indigenous knowledge with mainstream Western sciences to solve evolving challenges, particularly in climate change. And so this is an extraordinary engagement for the University of Maine. We're very, very excited about this. It will be community-based research. And that's something that some of the presidents and I have been talking about, is the importance of that kind of research for our system. The second piece of this triangle of activity is what is happening on the campus. And I'll just highlight two very important activities. One, our student activities fair, where we are able to emphasize engagement, featured 221 different groups and clubs. I joined horticulture and the math club. And 7,000 students and people passed through that day on the mall to take a look at what our community is moving forward as where they like to come together. Related to that theme of engagement, and this is system-wide now, the Research Learning Experiences activity funded by the Harold L. Fund Foundation now engages all 7 universities. There are 900 students involved this semester across our system in their first semester of being humane system students, getting a chance to engage with faculty research and creative endeavors and experiential learning in serious ways. 70 different course sections. The other two pieces of that student success effort, the Pathways to Careers and Gateways to Success projects, will be engaging all 7 campuses this semester. So this notion of student engagement and its centrality to success in our system is very central. And then finally, just on the other end, I had the wonderful opportunity last Friday to attend a ribbon cutting, a groundbreaking, for an expansion, 15,000 square foot expansion to the company Global Secure Shipping, which is in Old Town. It's a spin-off of the University of Maine's Advanced Structures and Composites Center. They build secure shipping containers based on humane patents, and they have a contract with the Department of Homeland Security to build 48 of these containers. So it was a very wonderful celebration where we saw students who had been through these experiences as undergraduates and graduate students then working in a company that's going to make a difference for the state and the nation.
That's great. Thank you. President Hadeen. Uh-oh. Yeah. Keep.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm pleased to share some updates from UMFK. We had a wonderful opening week on our campus on Tuesday, August 22nd. We hosted our campus development day. It was well attended by our employees. And during that time, part of the work that we completed during that day was to focus on 2 of the 4 core areas from the University of Maine System Strategic Plan. And we developed the goals around the retention and enrollment components. And so that was really productive and exciting to see the work taking place around those 2 core areas. On Friday, August 25th was our convocation. It was a really exciting day because our new student enrollment is up 30%. And on a small campus, you can feel that difference. And so in Fox Auditorium, there was this larger group of students joining us. And we had a really great group of faculty and staff attending the convocation ceremony. So the energy and the vibe on campus that whole week was just amazing, and people smiling and engaging, and it was spectacular. This past week was also very exciting on the campus. The lights and the new scoreboard on our soccer field were completed, and all the testing went well of the lights, and it's just this brightness around the campus that people were wondering what was going on, and they were having to check the lights and the location for the shadows when the soccer players were out kicking the ball. So that was really exciting to see the completion of that. Many students are saying, we feel like a university now because of all of those bright lights on the campus. Coming up on Friday, September 22nd is our homecoming weekend. And that will be the official time of the dedication to the Michael Simon dedication ceremony to officially light the field. So we're looking forward to a great turnout during that event. And we have so many events planned throughout that Friday evening and throughout the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go on, President Hadeen, we probably should take a minute. Your team came before the FFT with a very thoughtful, very impressive presentation on how you were going to change your admissions policies and your websites. And we were skeptical, but we said, okay, you can increase your enrollment. You might not meet that target, and you did. So thank you very much. It was a really wonderful presentation. It's wonderful to see it paid off.
Incredible work taking place on the campus.
It was great. It was
Yes.
great. President McDonough.
Good morning. So we began our 160th year in this is as Professor Bishop mentioned yesterday, the Farmington is the oldest campus in the system. And we had a wonderful group of new students in our matriculation ceremony. A number of them are first or second graduates in their class, top of their class. We have students now from 19 different states and Canada that have come. And 45% of our new students have participated in the arts in high school. And another 45% of the students participated in varsity sports. And just a word about varsity sports. Right now, we have 19% of our student population that participate in sports. But at a residential campus, sports is a critical part of our recruitment and retention efforts. And at a university like Farmington, it should be more than 19%. And we're working on that, but it is a powerful recruitment and retention tool for us. The other thing I'd mention about our new students is that 20% of them come as transfer students from community colleges. We have completed 65 articulation agreements with 3 community colleges, Southern Maine Community College, Central Maine Community College, and Kennebec Valley Community College. And so we see this as an important way in which we can bring students into the university as they complete their 2 years of community college. The other thing I'd like to mention is that our graduate education is up 31.5% this year over last year. We're seeing a significant increase. We've been working on an increase in our graduate education, and that has been successful. And finally, I'd like to bring your attention to a shift in our strategy. We have been historically strictly a residential campus. We are now moving 25%, at least that's our goal, 25% of our classes to be part of Farmington Online. We're beginning with degree completers, but we also have graduate early college and students who are coming out of community colleges that cannot come to the university as residential students. So we're going to serve them online. We're beginning with a degree in professional studies, rehabilitation and human services, special education, and elementary education certification. We're now looking at some other programs in the sciences and the social sciences that I think we'll be able to get online soon. So we're looking at this as a new venture for Farmington, not losing sight of the importance of our residential campus, but recognizing that many students cannot participate in the residential experience and want a Farmington education. Thank you.
Thank you. Rounding up the roundup, Dean Softly.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to echo what you've heard from everyone, that this building, the change on campus, just amazing. And President Edmondson has been just terrific to work with as Maine law has moved, and we've gone through some changes of our own. I do have to mention the fact that our newest president, President Cushman, never mentioned the plane. So we are off to a great start. Maine law is off to a terrific start. We are up about 5% in our pre-census numbers, even though the number of applications to law schools across the country have plummeted post-COVID and are on average about 3% down. So we are up. We are hearing from the students that the new facility is energizing and engaging, and I am so grateful for your support. It's making all the difference in the world. I want to thank the Chancellor. He changed his schedule to come to one of the orientation meetings with our students, and in 5 minutes had them absolutely confident that they had done the right thing in coming to law school. I had tried that over the 3 previous days, but 5 minutes from the Chancellor and they were convinced. I'm not bitter. So let me just say just a couple of things. There's so much going on at Maine Law. I'm just going to distill it. I will be reporting to you in the months to come that Maine Law is working very hard on being part of a solution to the problem of access to justice throughout Maine, particularly with criminal defense work, but also throughout our rural regions. And on that note, I am really proud to let you know that the Department of Justice has identified Maine Law as one of the law schools that is really focusing on rural access to justice. It's sending a team here. They will be looking at our rural fellowship programs. They will be going to Fort Kent to see the rural practice clinic, and they will be using some of the work that you have all helped us do in talking with other states about how to improve access to justice. At the same time, our Refugee and Human Rights Clinic, which received a huge kudos for the work that it did around the Boston Immigration Office, has now been invited, and I want to get this right, by Ibero, which is one of the Mexican universities, to come to Mexico in the next month to meet with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees to start to talk about solving some of the problems at the border. There are people who do not understand what will happen to them when they get to the border. They need to know that before they make these perilous journeys. And our students and our faculty at the clinic have done such amazing work that they've been invited to be part of the solution there as well. And finally, last but certainly not least, a week from today, Senator Angus King will provide the Constitution Day speech at Maine Law. You'll all want to tune in to find out what's happening with the United States Constitution these days. Lovely to see you all.
Thank you. And I'd like to welcome our student and faculty reps, and especially the reps sitting at the table, our newest reps, Professor Joe Staples from USM. Welcome. Okay, onward for the agenda. The next item on the agenda is a resolution for Trustee Dobson. As you know, Trustee Dobson has had to resign and she was unable to be with us today. She's traveling, but let me read the resolution and then ask for a motion. Whereas Beth Dobson served as a member of the University of Maine System Board of Trustees from March 2021 to August 2023, whereas Ms. Dobson served on the Executive Committee and chaired the Human Resources and Labor Relations Committee for the past 2 years. Whereas Ms. Dobson was a leader in the University of Maine at Augusta presidential search in 2023, as well as the Chancellor's review team, and willingly offered advice and guidance. Whereas through her long, successful career in justice, Trustee Dobson always brought sound judicial temperance, experience, and meticulous deliberations to the board's decisions. Whereas Trustee Dobson was always thoughtful and realistic about the myriad of issues facing the board, and her top priority was her commitment to the students of the University of Maine system. Whereas Trustee Dobson was an excellent ambassador for the system, she will be missed. Effective today, she will complete her service as a member on the Board of Trustees. Be it known to all that we, the University of Maine System Board of Trustees, offer our most sincere gratitude and best wishes to Ms. Dobson for her outstanding contributions to the quality of higher education in Maine. Could I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Kane, seconded by Trustee Cates. All those in favor? All those opposed? It is unanimous. Thank you. And our next item of business before we move to the Chancellor's report is an update on the new law to create a different process for nominating student trustees to this board. As you know, we've long had a student trustee. Divya has served that well, Trustee Singram. The law that passed this session initially intended to have 10 students elected by student governments come directly to us. Sam Warren led the negotiations with Senator Tipping. That was revised. And the law as it's passed has 1 undergraduate student, 1 graduate student. They will be selected by the group of university student governments and graduate student governments. That name will go to the governor for vetting and then to the Education and Cultural Services Committee. So that's a different process that very much talks about student empowerment, and students must rotate among campuses. That's a quick overview. You have the draft policy with you. Sam and I, with Rosa Redona's help, convened our student representatives and asked them to help establish the policy, because this is to be student-led and student-directed, and we wanted to make sure that happened. And I can say we had terrific engagement from the students, who will give you a bit more detail about these drafts. The law becomes effective July 1, 2024. And our goal in these draft policies is to present them now in hopes of being able to make them a formal vote in November. So that's my quick overview, and I will turn to Trustee Singram, who will introduce the students and give some remarks.
Thank you, Chair Riley. We started working on this over the summer and have made a lot of headway in establishing this new process already. And now I'm going to invite Student Representative Katie Ashley, a graduate student at the University of Maine, and Student Representative Aidan Mulrooney, a senior at the University of Farmington, to come up and give some updates to the group.
Awesome. Thank you so much for giving us this time to speak a little bit about this policy and all the work that's gone into it. Before I jump a little bit more into this, I want to extend a lot of gratitude and thanks to all of the student reps who've been really instrumental in this. Chair Riley, who's always listened to our concerns, Rosa Radonnet, Sam Warren, Jeff St. John, the General Counsel, of course, Kayla Flowelling, couldn't do anything without Kayla, and of course, Trustee Singram. So this policy is really developed to help address some of the changes that we're looking at with respect to LD 1656, which would establish 2 new student trustees. We're working a lot on revising this draft policy and making sure that it fits, but we're also navigating a little bit without a map. So there's a lot of work that we all have. To start, we have our campuses really working independently on developing our own individual policies campus-wide to help select that person, that candidate that each campus will put forward. This is something that's independent of the selection council, which I will let Aidan speak a little bit more to that part of the process.
Hello. In response to the aforementioned law, we have been drafting this policy over the summer that would form the UMS Student Trustee Selection Council. This body, the STSC, bit of a handful on that acronym, shall consist of the president of each student government and the student rep. That body will send a single slate of nominees, a grad trustee, undergrad, and an alternate for each to the board office, from which it goes to the governor. Each student government, will recruit a candidate by whatever means they see fit, and we will be meeting in December. Hope to get a candidate seated by 1st July as per the law.
Hang tight. And I do want to thank Trustee Singram, who did a timeline for us and a prospectus to clarify what the role of a trustee is, so students who are seeking to be elected will understand that fully. And we've been very clear that the student trustee is a trustee for the system with all the rights, responsibilities of a trustee. The student reps remain the advocates for their campuses to bring the voice of that campus. So any questions? Again, this is draft policy, so we're working through it with the committee. Any questions for our students or for Trustee Singram? Trustee Alexander?
Just to thank you very much for all the work, the dedication, and the forthcoming work that I know you're going to have to endure with respect to organizing this. Students come and go, and institutionalizing this process will be your work, and we appreciate it very, very much. Thank you.
Trustee Flood?
When was the last time we had a significant change in the makeup of the board? Does anyone know?
The last time was the addition of the Wabanaki. Donna, do you remember when that was? Trustee Lauren? 2 or 3 years ago? 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay, thank you very much.
That is a big responsibility for student governments. We really appreciate you taking it on. Anybody else? All right, thank you both, and we'll be seeing you on Zoom. Great, with that, let me turn then to the Chancellor's report.
Thank you very much. I think many of you have heard me in the past refer to our universities as a constellation of universities. Going from very small to large universities, having different missions, unique missions at each of those universities as well, regardless of size. But I do also now want to refer to our presidents as a constellation of presidents who are doing outstanding work at their universities. And so very important to the success of the system, these presidents are working together to institute programs, as you heard, across borders that only a few years ago might otherwise have been opposed. I should say, extremely happy and thankful that we have these presidents doing this hard work. And I hope all the trustees and others understand the depth of the work that is being engaged in as we face substantial challenges, one of which was mentioned just a little while ago by faculty members. The reality is we have billions of dollars of infrastructure that has been underinvested in for the better part of 50 years. Finally, we are now spending an appropriate amount of money on addressing our infrastructure needs. I do believe that we need to also pay more attention to the health issues that were addressed today, and that needs to be a top priority of ours, as we also make investments in infrastructure that are more likely to attract students to our universities and to retain those students at our universities. You charged me with addressing that issue, and with the help of Ryan and a team of people across our universities and within our system offices have done extraordinary work in getting to the point where we are approaching spending the kinds of money necessary to maintain that infrastructure and to replace that infrastructure. That comes with its own problems because it has the potential of crowding out dollars for other issues. And it is the job of the trustees, along with the leadership team, to make the right decisions on how to spend that money to meet those goals. But I am extremely proud, and you should be as trustees, in the amount of it that is now being invested. And I congratulate you all for this. This ties very closely to our strategic plan. And I want you to know that the presidents and their universities are working hard on the implementation of that strategic plan, and will meet the goals to communicate with you on that issue as you have asked them to do. But that ties together with our enrollment issue. It ties together with our infrastructure, and it has many other goals that you have rightly raised for us to address, and have deep appreciation for the work of the trustees as well as the community in drafting that strategic plan. It will not be easy, however. I want you to be prepared for successes and perhaps some lack of success, ultimately to be overcome by success. This is a comprehensive, deep thought document that we are anxious to work with you on. And I feel very proud for you of what you've already accomplished and are sending us down the appropriate road. And then finally, let me say this, I meant to say, excuse me. Let me say this about at least one other issue. On the enrollment side, I want you to know, I'll go back to my presidents, that they now have embraced on a personal basis the importance of enrollment and retention issues. And we are actually in the midst of a success. Now, we won't know our final numbers until October 15th comes. But as I sit before you, we are exceeding our goal with respect to number of students for the year, and are still calculating the number of hours and the dollar per hour. But given what has happened in the past, this is a success and is deserving as well of celebration. And then what I would also like to say and touch on, and it was touched on by others, the cooperative effort on an individual university to community college basis is extraordinary. We have community college students living in a brand new dorm on this campus. We have new agreements being entered into by our universities with community colleges. And quite frankly, we have a number of community colleges that have students that we otherwise would have gotten but for free tuition. But the reality is, as those students complete their associate's work, the opportunity for us in the coming years to have a larger group of baccalaureate students entering our institutions is real. The question is, can we cash in on it? And I believe that work is being undertaken in an appropriate fashion at all of our universities. That's a short report, but I want the pride that I have in these presidents, and let me add to that, the vice chancellors that are arrayed before you and give you reports on an ongoing basis, is extraordinary. We are working as a team, and you should be proud of that.
I think it's fair to say we are. Questions or comments? Questions to the chancellor? Trustee Cates.
I just want to double down on something the chancellor said about deferred maintenance, and we did hear that. None of us like to hear those reports that we heard this morning, and I'm sure that action on those particular ones will follow. But as the chancellor said, the policy of the administration, but also this board, has really changed on those issues of deferred maintenance. The portion of our budget which is now being allocated to deferred maintenance and also to demolition of buildings which will never get redone is gone up every single year. There are difficult choices though, because as the chancellor said, every dollar that goes to deferred maintenance is a dollar that can't go to programming, that can't go to scholarship aid, that can't go to other student services. So these are difficult policy choices, but going forward, there is a real commitment to continue to deal with the deferred maintenance. We're an old state, so we have old buildings, and we're getting there, and it's a constant struggle, but it's very much front and center on the minds of certainly the finance and committee as well as the board as a whole. People should know that. Thanks.
Thank you. Others? Okay, thank you, Chancellor. Let's turn now to Vice Chancellor Jeff St. John and Academic and Student Affairs.
My entire goal was not to trip on President Edmondson's chair on my way up here, so I'm halfway home for this.
Congratulations.
I'll be sharing updates this morning on three subjects and pausing at the end of each to entertain any questions the trustees may have. The first is on our annual campus profiles. All credit goes to really to two people for the development of these profiles. The first is Vice Chancellor Lowe, who used data of this kind during his days working with the legislature to put clear, concise information in front of people in the State House about our institutions and our system as a whole. The second is the Chancellor, under whose direction the annual campus profiles, as you see them in their current form, have come into being. The purpose of these profiles is to share a quantitative and qualitative snapshot of our system and universities year over year. The profiles are assembled and published in the calendar year following the completion of the academic year on which their data and accompanying narratives are based. So you have the 2022 profiles in your materials being presented to you here in 2023. I'll just share a few brief points. You've all reviewed these profiles. First, I'll say that while you will note that retention rates, or as our IR team refers to them, return rates, fell slightly during the pandemic years, we saw both as a system and at our institutions less dramatic losses than were experienced at other systems and institutions, both in New England and nationally, with respect to students retaining during the primary years of the pandemic. And as the trustees all know, and as you'll hear about today and throughout the year and beyond, Retention is a centerpiece of the new system-wide strategic plan. It'll be woven into any number of academic initiatives, student success initiatives that you'll be hearing us reporting on in the coming months and years. We've seen strong growth in several academic programs, most notably in the last several years, nursing and cybersecurity and information security. With the rapid proliferation of generative AI, I will say, and I know this both from the data and also from anecdotal reports from a number of our enrollment managers throughout the system, interest in computer science and related fields, including data science, is spiking right now, and we don't expect that to wane anytime soon. We think there'll be more and more students coming forward with strong interest in those programs. A brief note about early college. From 2018 to 2022, early college system-wide grew just under 40%, and it continues to strengthen at our universities and across our system. The news from early college, I would say, even conservatively, just keeps getting better and better. But that program reports to Vice Chancellor Dorsey, and if I steal her thunder, I could find myself in some trouble. So I will work very hard to allow her to share updates on that topic with you and leave it at that. And with respect to key takeaways from this year's report, I will share in closing on this section one major point of pride that I know you all know, but just to say it again. Thanks in large part to research generated at the University of Maine, the overall UMS research enterprise grew 54% between 2018 and 2022. And I'll just say for the trustees to put it in context, that's a remarkable leap for any university or any system under any circumstances, particularly in the middle of a pandemic and in a demographic environment such as ours. So kudos to President and Vice Chancellor Farini Mundy and her team, her VPR, Cody Vararamian, her provost, John Volin, and all of the faculty, both at the UMaine and throughout the system, and their academic leaders who've partnered on the growth of the research enterprise. That's a remarkable accomplishment for our system. With respect to the future of the annual campus profiles, this document is not static. It will never be so. We are constantly entertaining ideas for improvement, making it better year over year. I will say a couple of areas we already know we're going to work on for next year's profile. The first is when addressing major system and university initiatives or projects, and academic program planning and measures of student success like retention. We will be linking those things, beginning with next year's report, directly to the tool of unified accreditation and to the goals of our strategic plan. So you can see the connections between what we're doing in general and how it ties into both unified accreditation and our plan. We'll also be working to trace the effects of early college, UMPE's Your Pace programming, system-wide research learning experiences, RLEs, and other specialized academic and co-curricular programming, the effects of those programs on first to second year retention, 4- and 6-year graduation rates, and other outcome measures. So you can see how our programming ties into student success point by point and across the board. And I will say I've already received some very insightful feedback from Trustee McMahon about this year's report profiles, and would welcome similar feedback from other trustees. So please don't hesitate to share it as you have it. Can I answer any question from trustees about this year's annual campus profiles, or take any thoughts from you about ways to improve for next year?
Trustee Alexander?
I have diligently the last year come to grips with understanding and visiting and becoming knowledgeable about the universities in our system. At a level that, of course, I did not have before joining the board. But I am constantly amazed to hear about satellite offices, satellite campuses. UMA has something up in Bangor. Now I hear they have something going in Bath. Is it possible for you to provide us with a good directory of all of the institutional offices and campuses and regional satellites that are attached to each of our universities and what exists at those locations. Are there buildings and full-time faculty, and what courses are actually taught there? That would be very helpful for me. And I don't know if it belongs in the campus profile, maybe just listing those things, but it would be very good background information. And
I can and will
Yeah.
and will do that, Trustee Alexander. In fact, Vice Chancellor Lowe just asked for some information along those lines for another purpose a week or so ago. So I will shamelessly borrow what he received and pass it along to you.
Trustee Martin.
Thank you. Vice Chancellor St. John, I really enjoyed reading through these profiles. Was able to see, the differentiator between the campuses in black and white, the strengths, the opportunities. Really enjoyed it. Something that did jump out at me on page 3 was with more than 24,000 students of all ages enrolled across the state, UMS prepares our students to be leaders in business, education, government, healthcare, and other industries. One thing that I thought was missing was how can we make engineering, STEM, computer sciences jump out? I know it's in those industries, but how do we make it more apparent, not to just have it, within the businesses and the industries and healthcare and government, I know that they're all there, but I didn't know how to fix it, but I figured I'd bring it up.
I can fix it.
Excellent.
Thank
I
you.
knew you could. Thank you. But this is 2 thumbs up. I enjoyed this. This is what we need.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Others? Let me just ask, Vice Chancellor, if the early college growth is intriguing, do we have any data about how that helps students finish quicker and with less debt?
So this is one of the pieces that Trustee McMahon very helpfully challenged me to weave into next year's profiles. Can we tie early college outcomes and placement at our universities to retention and outcomes for those students once they're with us? So we'll be doing that work and building it into next year's report.
So see, he's always in the lead.
He reads every word of every document
does.
that we give him. So we try to be prepared when he's at the table.
Anybody else? Thank you very much, and be very careful going back to your chair.
No,
I have 2 more.
Oh, 2
updates
more, I'm
for you,
sorry.
But I will be
Well,
careful.
even still be careful as you stand.
Well, thank you. The second update for the trustees
sorry.
is in regards to our adult degree completion work, and you've heard mention of that already this morning. The system has an allocation from the state specific to adult degree completion work. So these are dollars that do not come out of the university's budgets, but they come out of that allocation expressly for the purpose of supporting adult degree completers and adult learners at our institutions. We've had a series of conversations going back to last spring, led by the Chancellor, working with Vice Chancellors Lowe and Dorsey, Franny Mundy and myself, in discussing ways to augment adult degree completion efforts at our universities. And we came up with really 3 primary initial steps. First, each of the presidents over the spring and summer was invited to put forward a university-specific initiative identified by the president and the president's leadership team for build out on their respective campuses. And then there are 2 somewhat related initiatives. One, an infusion of scholarship dollars to support adult learners at our universities, and 2, an offer of 2 courses for the price of 1 for adult learners coming back to one of our universities after a specific time away from our university or another university. So an inducement to come back, scholarship dollars to support those students, and then at the top of the list, a university-specific initiative to ramp up the work of recruiting and supporting adult learners campus by campus. And I'll just share with you briefly for the trustees' edification, what's going on at our universities as led by the presidents right now in the fall with those adult degree completion efforts. At the University of Maine at Augusta, their work is focused on student recruitment, marketing campaigns, and also increased support of student veterans, which is a growing and important demographic within the adult learner population that we are seeking to attract and support. At the University of Maine at Farmington, President McDonald and his team are focusing on student recruitment and program leadership for adult degree completion, putting a structure around that work and building it out in the ways that you heard him address in reference to Farmington Online and other efforts earlier this morning. At the University of Maine at Presque Isle, President Rice is strengthening the staffing structure for his Your Pace programming. This will be a multi-phase effort. As you might imagine, he has a small team initially dealing with small numbers of students. Now he has a small team dealing with rapidly growing population of students and a growing number of programs, and is trying to size his staff and strengthen his staff appropriately to deal with the enrollment that he's getting. University of Southern Maine, bringing on an adult learner student success coach, creating 7-week late start courses for students who join one of our universities after the traditional fall or spring term start date, and also developing fully online versions of existing academic programs in targeted areas, working with faculty and instructional support staff. And I also need to mention 2 more. The University of Maine and its regional campus, University of Maine at Machias, and the University of Maine at Fort Kent, put forward a collaborative proposal to develop holistic student recruitment and support systems for new Mainers, as those universities and our system as a whole seek to welcome and support adult learners from that population. And then finally, Maine Law is looking right now at how it might attract adult learners who have some graduate credit, but no graduate or professional degree, who are interested in the Master of Legal Studies program. And this is a program that we think can and will attract people working in finance, healthcare, human resources, and related fields, both in the greater Portland and Southern Maine area and beyond. All of these initiatives are being worked on together, again, under the Chancellor's direction, as we seek in a strategic way and in keeping with the aims of our strategic plan to grow our outreach to adult learners, to grow our outreach to all these populations, and to reach into that market of students out there who are interested in returning but need a clear pathway for doing so and support once they come back. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions I can about these adult learner initiatives.
Question, Trustee McCarthy.
Thank you so much. I think, given the press and public policy and stuff around faith and higher education, it's a really important initiative. You know, there's a lot of people out there that need to completely agree that have student debt, and I'm glad that we're doing this. I think that one question I have is, like, how do we know, you know, the efforts are working? And what's the success metrics? And then 2 is, for those successes, can we tell stories? Are there stories to be told? Or is there public policy or brand marketing angle here, such that we can start to work on the value that we all know that we bring, particularly for those ones that finish our schools?
Those are 2 great questions. In answer to the first, there are existing academic metrics that we apply to any program, regardless of who the student population is. So there'll be some of that going on. There will also be specific efforts to measure adult learners as a unique population and figure out university by university what our success is. Secondly, Vice Chancellor Dorsey and I have been working with both Tori Ryden and Jen O'Leary on marketing. The presidents have put out, in several cases, press releases announcing their new adult learner initiatives, but we also have some standard marketing materials and press materials available to all the universities to share updates and highlights with local media and beyond, as these programs, pieces of them and programs as a whole, ramp up and are launched throughout the system.
Tori just walked in, but she's also going to address that exact, and she's going to present in just a little bit, and she's going to answer that exact question. Yep, she just happened to walk in, so
That was a preview.
yeah, that was a teaser. Teaser for Tori.
Trustee McMahon.
I'll fill you in, Tori.
A couple of comments.
First is federal law doesn't allow these people to work for a period of time, somewhere around about 9 months. So we have people coming into our society who are graduates of institutions in their own countries who can't work. That's a time that we ought to be trying to attract them. The second issue is in talking to them, find out that we in the community college system are reluctant or don't accept credits from other countries unless they're reviewed by, I think it's called World Education Services or something similar. That review process takes about a year. So you've automatically got them out of the, I can't work, I've now got a work permit. And so their desire to take education has perhaps diminished. See any solutions, any creative solutions to that dilemma?
The hardest question always comes from you, Trustee McMahon. I'm gonna work on that one. It's a very important one, and I don't have an immediate answer for you. We are navigating in this arena for adult learners, and of course for new Mainers as well. We're navigating staying on the right side of how we package federal aid and how students are awarded dollars by our institutions, making sure that we are in keeping with directives from the state around how we support new Mainers. I don't have an answer right now for that question about the review of credentials, but I will get one and come back to you. Thank you.
I just would like to share with you that our system was invited by Representative Brennan to participate in a roundtable discussion, which will now be ongoing on the very issues that you were touching on, and looking for ways to handle those issues. I think it's important, and we're trying to do this in a distinctive way, to separate traditional students from non-traditional students. And roughly what we're saying is if you've been away from your education and not having received a degree for 2 years or more, you need to be treated differently than we treat a 17 or 18-year-old coming to our universities. I think likewise, we even in this first meeting, a discussion was had about how do we help people get certified in a field that they had previously been engaged in, or how do we help them complete those that field of study if it's been interrupted. So we are on a multifaceted basis working to address that issue, and quite frankly, trying to take a lead in doing just that.
Any other questions? Oh, Trustee Cates.
Thank you. Jeff, I know we're going to be seeing some campus and university system-wide goals on retention as part of the strategic planning work. It might be helpful maybe at a future meeting to hear a more detailed summary of what each campus is doing in this arena, because it is so important to, obviously it's most important to the students, but it also has real financial implications for us in terms of our retention rate. So maybe we can find some time for a little deeper dive on that.
I think that's a great idea, particularly after we have the October reporting.
Thank you. My final update for the trustees this morning is addresses a math pathways partnership we've entered into with the Maine Community College System and the Maine Department of Education. This one may be new to several of the trustees, so I'll give you just a brief bit of background. The Charles Dana Center at the University of Texas at Austin has been supporting research and institutional transformation in math and science education for about 20 years. Over the past 5 years, staff at the Maine Department of Education, academic leaders at the Maine Community College System, and members of our system have been working together in efforts to consider how we might refine and align math pathways for student success across the educational lifespan. The Dana Center developed a program called the Launch Years Initiative. It's an effort to align math pathways from K-12 through post-secondary education, culminating in career success. 21 states are currently involved, including 3 in New England, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and now Maine. The state of Maine has secured a grant to advance this work, and we are beginning to participate more explicitly and more actively on the system side. I've had several initial and very constructive meetings with my counterpart at the Maine Community College System, Janet Sorter, who's their vice president and chief academic officer. The provosts and I will be meeting in October, early October, to prep for a November summit where academic leaders from MCCS and from our system, and also staff from the Maine Department of Education, will gather to lay groundworks for potential next steps. I'm also pleased to say that President Farini Mundy will be one of the keynote speakers at that gathering in light of her background in math education. That made all the sense in the world to ask her to speak to that group. In addition, my office and our system IR team have examined existing math degree requirements and curricular pathways in some detail throughout our system, focusing in particular on calculus. This is not the academic content of calculus courses or calculus programs, but rather, can a student transferring in, or can a student first year undeclared thinking about math or thinking about another program that requires math, readily understand what the curricular requirements are and what the degree pathway is to move through, for instance, a calculus sequence in a way that's effective and straightforward, and plan for that student's academic program accordingly. We'll be using that data as a baseline for understanding how and where we can clarify and potentially strengthen those pathways. And I'll close with two really, I think, crucial points. The first is that barrier-free access to clear and effective math pathways is central and essential to first-time, full-time student success, and especially to transfer student success. Chancellor has noted today in notes, I think, in many contexts, the importance of us being ready to work with transfer students coming in from the Maine Community College System and elsewhere. One of the best ways we can do that is to understand that we know what our curricular pathways are, that we can express them clearly in our materials and in our websites and in our conversations with students, and give students a ready understanding of what the points of connection are with our programs, including those that involve math education. Effective transfer is at the heart of the ongoing Unified Catalog Initiative, and it's certainly at the heart of our new system strategic plan. Second point that I'll make in closing is that any work that seeks to strengthen curricular pathways must be undertaken as a partnership with our faculty. We cannot optimally support those pathways on the administrative side without the guidance and expertise of our faculty on the academic side. I will be speaking with faculty leaders about math pathways at the September 21 Faculty Governance Council meeting. I spoke with the board faculty representatives this morning on this subject, a good conversation, brief but good. I will also be meeting in person this fall with faculty at all of our universities and the law school to talk about math pathways and curricular pathways in general. Those meetings come with help from the Faculty Senate and Assembly presidents throughout our system who helped me to arrange to meet with their faculty. I look forward to updating the trustees on this math pathways work, possibly at the November, but more likely at the January meeting of this board. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you. Questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Vice Chancellor St. John.
Thank you.
We're going to make your return easy by taking a break. I want to make sure these reports are incredibly important in the conversation. So rather than have people come and go, why don't we take a break until 10:30, but we will start sharply at 10:30. Please. Yep. Welcome back. These are important presentations and great conversations. So as we reassemble, let me welcome Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation, Joan Farini-Mundy.
Thank you. And I have some slides and you should have those in your materials as well. Pleased to be here. And Kayla, what do I need to do? They're working on it. Okay, I can talk. So the focus for today, and as you know, I appreciate these opportunities to speak with you and try to use them as chances to just give a little bit of insight into the way that that the system and those of us involved in these various initiatives think about key topics for our system and for our universities. And so the topic that I'm presenting today, it's about preparing a workforce for Maine. So as the public university system, a major expectation for us is that that's foremost in our work. And what our take on this, or a piece of how we approach this system-wide and with strong involvement, particularly at UMaine, is how research, development, and innovation, those three fundamental activities to our system, really are a catalyst for workforce development. So I'm going to try to give some examples of how we put those ideas together. I think it's a distinction for universities. It's a distinction for universities that engage in research. And we have so much tremendous potential and great activity that's my focus. And I'd like to thank Jason Charland and Sam Warren, as always, for their incredible work to make all of this possible, and Isabella LaRusso for her help in the PowerPoint development. So you've seen this slide from me before, and I just keep trying to bring this idea to the foreground. In our system, in all of our universities, we have various forms of basic research, discovering new understandings, creating ideas that are completely new, adding to the fund of knowledge in the world for how we understand that world. We have experimental development, which is more applied. It's more about taking those brand new ideas and putting them into action, making sure that they work in action, and then when they don't, revising and testing and creating new changes. So you think of new technologies, that's probably the easiest version of experimental development, but this happens in a whole range of professions. Within nursing, we learn new things about the preparation of nurses. We test that out. And if their preparation can be improved, we then use that data to reinform what we do. And then finally, innovation and wider use. So I mentioned the spinoff company today that comes out of UMaine research that has gone on for almost 3 decades about materials and secure materials and the use of sensors in materials. We have so many examples of all of that happening across our system in all those domains. And that's the environment in which our students can learn and do learn. And so the argument that I want to make is that in Maine, as we prepare the workforce, we have the unique advantage as a system to be able to focus on the problems of tomorrow that come to us out of that cycle of basic, applied, and innovation type work. And so the idea of preparing tomorrow's workforce in these R&D environments, in these R&D and I environments, the claim we make, and then this is fairly well supported with research, that will prepare them particularly well to be problem solvers and innovators for the state of Maine and beyond. And so this notion, you hear us talk a lot about experiential learning, about engagement of undergraduates in research. All of that stems from this, I would like to say, belief that this engagement in those kinds of environments is what can prepare a particularly distinctive brand of employee, problem solver, and innovator. And the experiential learning is truly becoming pervasive across the system. And we hear a lot about the pieces of that in some of these reports, but I think we need to signal that that's a distinction. We had a question earlier about the STEM workforce and being able to pull out numbers specifically about STEM. And the STEM workforce continues to be thought of in very broad ways, increasingly broadly. So you see the more traditional science and engineering areas listed here. I want to single out social scientists particularly. All of these other fields you would think of automatically as being STEM, But social scientists who study people and human beings and understandings of the world are very, very focused also on the use of data and quantitative methodologies in many cases. And so that becomes a science and engineering based field in most of these federal categorizations. And then there are all the S&E related fields that you see listed to the right. And UMaine system is involved in preparing people in all of these fields, which means we're competing not only, well, competing would be the wrong word. We're a part of a national ecosystem that is looking to continually grow these STEM workforce areas. And therefore, when we seek external funding, we need to be able to distinguish ourselves. And part of the way we do that is through our good work in trying to solve the problems of the state of Maine through research. The 10-year economic development goals that the state provided in its plan a couple of years ago, I think people are probably familiar with them, and the system obviously has a part to play in all of this work, particularly in the first two, growing the average annual wage and increasing the value of what we sell by workers. Those are the places where the innovation and the ability to be problem solvers and create new products, improve efficiencies, and elevate the status of what goes on in the private sector in terms of income. We have a role to play in that. So connecting what the state is looking for together with what we're able to do in the system. And the example I wanted to use, and I won't go through all of my slides because it's long, but wanted to just share with everybody, is the funding that we have, thank you to the legislature and to the governor, from the Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan. So the Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan, those are dollars that came to the state of Maine through the American Rescue Plan. And the system was the beneficiary of $35 million over those years, 2 years, in 18 separate distinct projects. And so those projects are going on now across our system. And with those dollars, there's very stringent federal reporting, and we have a lot of accountability going on there. For us, to determine what projects would be funded out of the 35, there were a lot of sort of considerations. We needed to align with the intent of the American Rescue Plan, which provided the money from the feds through to the state, aligning with the state's plan, aligning with our own strategic priorities as a system with unified accreditation, with the R&D plan and so forth, the need for a rapid return on investment and a good fit in eligibility. We've also, I think, looked at how these dollars can fit with other investments that we have so that we have some coherence. And we have, of course, looked at the strategic plan, the system plan, where we will be setting measurable goals and bringing them to the board by October 1st, where we are talking about the celebration of scholarship as a goal in the plan, and the notion of responding to changing economic and workforce needs. And so this is a part of how we have opportunities to do that. That's the name of it, Try Maine, 9 projects, and then a small grants process that has added on additional projects. What follows are a list of the projects. And I want to just take a moment on these because you'll see them and you'll say, well, those are capital projects, right? We're going to build a new facility or build a new portion of an activity. But what I think is the chance for us to make a difference here is that we are making the argument that if you educate students in a sort of cutting edge, state-of-the-art, high-end R&D type setting, then if you do intentionally an education for those students that connects them to the assets of that entity, then you have a really strong argument for how they can come to the workforce with a very different level of experience and readiness. So it's tying the facilities and the R&D to the preparation for the workforce that happens within them and as a benefit of them to being able to serve the state of Maine well. And so you see the dollar amounts that came through in the MEJRP dollars, together with parentheses, which are targeted dollars that are meant to be explicitly aimed toward workforce development within each of these projects. And these are at different stages of maturity, and some of them are just getting going and others are coming along. As appropriate, of course, all capital requests will come to the board, all programmatic requests as appropriate will come to you. So you see the long list of these wonderful projects that span our system, and you see several here that are committed to the workforce development. I pulled out a few that I thought could be used as examples for how we are trying to make this all happen. And I was thinking it might not be all that familiar to everybody, so I wanted to just pull a few. And I'll just go through examples quickly. So the Aroostook Farm Research and Education Center, that will be a replacement of obsolete facilities in Presque Isle, a part of UMaine Cooperative Extension. But the idea is that when we have these more modern facilities, the students who go to work there, who maybe take courses that visit there and build on those materials and experiences, have a very different kind of readiness to help the Maine agriculture community than they may have had in the past. Similarly, at Down East Institute, which is a partner to the University of Maine at Machias, there's work to develop a workforce for the blue economy to do with the aquaculture activity that's being conducted there as a research enterprise. So we should be very proud, I think, as a system of the activities we have going on in facilities that are very focused on education and workforce development. And you can scroll through your slides to see the details about any of these. There's a Rural Career Pathway Center. This, by the way, will partner with the Alfond-funded UMS Transforms Pathways to Careers activity that is seeking to offer training and mentorship, as you see here, to several hundred students. And as it gets built out, to really partner well with rural employers across the state to secure positions for students as they go. What's kind of interesting about that center and that approach is that it is very driven by high impact practices. So those are practices that have been demonstrated by research as being important for moving students into the workforce successfully. The nature of internships, for example, turns out to be a big scholarly subject. What's a good internship? What's an internship that leads a student to be ready to make a difference in the workplace versus an internship that that might not be? And it has to do with mentorship within those internships. It has to do with learning goals for the mentorship and so forth. So we're pretty excited about what's happening. It's a little bit early. We don't yet have results, but we have the infrastructure in place to make a great deal of progress fairly rapidly because of this great infusion of external funding. So I'm going to sort of skip through these. I wanted to talk about the idea, to commend the faculty and administrators and students who are engaged so far with this, because they're breaking new ground here. They're making new procedures and processes happen for students as we help them be ready for the workplace. At USM here, there will be renovations in the Dubiak Center as we think about the digital sciences, computing fields, having students ready by being in spaces that have the kinds of materials and tools that they will see in the workplace. All of that going on here. Very important example at UMaine Farmington with the Childcare and Early Education Center. Again, a state-of-the-art kind of center that will enable the preparation of our early career childcare professionals to be as close to the cutting edge as we can be. So this is a wonderful thing, and it's a little bit complicated because it ties the facilities to the educational programs to the ultimate transition into the workforce. With these MEJRP dollars, we also ran a small campus competition, and you can see here what that was intended to do to make sure that we could focus on areas that were relevant, particularly place-based efforts that would make sense for the smaller campuses. And you see what was funded there. I would particularly highlight the Thor Institute with its focus on tourism, hospitality, and outdoor rec, and one of the best acronyms ever. Which is doing wonderful work to put the system in a place to have those kinds of offerings available to our students. So these are very sharply focused on workforce development, the small campus initiatives. A lot going on. This year, we will bring everybody together into what in the government we would have called a PI meeting. The principal investigators, the leaders of all of these efforts will be coming together sometime probably in the spring to present posters and talks and explain what's happening and how this work is going as it unfolds. And that's been a very wonderful infusion for the system. And I want to just again express my gratitude to the board for being supportive, for the state and the legislature for their willingness to see this as something that's useful, and then to the federal government for having the American Rescue Plan in the first place. Happy to take your questions. There's a lot more to say, but I just wanted to share this exciting opportunity for us as a system.
Comments, questions? Vice Chair Eames.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Yes. Thank you for that presentation. What I'm most excited about is the opportunities for so many different universities to participate with these dollars. Something you said really resonated with me because people have spoken to me sometimes about the lack of internship availability. And I just want to lift that point of your discussion up. And I think the more opportunities we can give for students to do internships prepares them better for the workforce and provides job opportunities. So I appreciate that as part of your presentation.
Trustee, I think what we are starting to find is that the opportunities for internships, they are quite abundant across the system, but we haven't really had a central way of understanding what they all look like and maybe even more significantly, how to support them well. Because as I mentioned, there are good internships and not such good internships, and you want them to be learning experiences for the students. And so even working with those who are providing them for both funding and for good goals that will help those students be able to have some success. It's really exciting. And this is a place where the MEJRP dollars and the Harold L. Fund Foundation UMS transforms pathways to careers. Pathways to careers. Thank you. The people who are actually doing a lot of the work. The Pathways to Careers effort within the Alfond project, which is really taking shape this year now. Those are going to be places where we're able to highlight not only the internships, but co-ops and other kinds of experiences that we have, and then provide more help, frankly, to the businesses that would like to offer them, but that aren't exactly sure how they connect in. So that's all coming.
Okay, great. Anybody else? Trustee McMahon.
You'll know what I'm going to ask, I'm sure. What do we have for a marketing plan to market this and to let the general population of Maine know how we are using these government funds, how we're using them to better the population in the state of Maine? I think it's fine to update us, but there's a wider constituency that needs to know what we're doing.
Absolutely. And so I wasn't really sure what you would ask because I thought you might ask about metrics and outcomes. So next time we can talk about.
If you have that answer, you could give it.
Yeah. Well, so one thing, fair question. These are at various stages of progress. And so we can do marketing that is sort of specific to each one and to each campus. I'm certain that the University of Maine at Farmington is going to be promoting the early childcare at the new center as soon as the time is right, and probably already done it. They'll do it again. So there's what will happen individually, but you're absolutely right. And I think the next big announcements we will have will be about this Pathways to Careers Rural Career Center opportunity, where we are actually, I believe, still searching for leadership. But you're right, and some version of what I've done. This isn't the right version for marketing, but I think some version that puts us out there as soon as we have some concrete results. I think part of this is about we've been able to put this many people into internships. We've been able to place this many folks into jobs. We've created this many pre-internship experiences. And actually, I would credit Sam Warren, who helps to oversee this MEJRP portfolio, because the state calls for very concrete data each year. And we've just completed our report this year. And so we do have some numbers starting to come in. But we're on the verge, and I take your point. Thank you.
Others? Trustee Martin?
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I don't think the mic is on.
If you keep talking, it will be.
I just wanted to speak to this. I think internships are the key to success and obviously retention of our students and recruitment. I know that when somebody signs up to go to college, it's to better themselves in the future, and you know what's going to turn up for opportunities for them. I think this is an exciting time because of the employers are probably all hands on deck on this because of the employee shortage. And I guess my question is to the comment of there are good internships and there are bad internships. And just as an employer, I know there's a tremendous amount of work to ensure that you have a good internship.
Yes. Yep.
And how do we standardize that so that we don't have the bad experience? Because the bad experience, like we will benefit from good internships because we'll have, I went to school, I was able to do this, and it, you know, it catapulted me to this in life. How do we standardize that? And I'm sure some of this funding is
Is going to
there.
go toward that. Absolutely. And I think it is to begin to understand what the most sort of the priority high impact practices within internships, understanding what those are like. And they do have to do, as far as I know, and I'm not an expert in this, but they have to do with mentoring, with clarity of goals for the internship, and then with essentially the quality of the experience that the intern is able to have. Like, what did they actually do in the internship, and how is that monitored, and then how do they learn? And I do want to say we have tremendous examples across the state of Maine, and probably with folks around this table who've been involved in providing internships or being interns, and we have a lot to learn from all of that. We just want to maximize the opportunity. So this Pathways to Career Center activity that will be coming out shortly once we're able to staff that up, that's going to have a big focus on helping those offering the internships to know what would be expected, what kind of accountability is expected when they work with humane system students. And it's sort of a standardization. It's also like a kind of an assessment approach. And then training to help everybody set up internships that work well, because it's not necessarily well understood. So yeah, I think it's a key point. And as a university system, we should be always trying to educate everybody on all that we can. So yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
Anyone else? Fabulous.
Okay.
Snapshot at least, and we will look forward to more. And before we get the next report, that work is extraordinary and the workforce work is extraordinary, but you triggered in my mind, at least, when talking about employee problem solving and innovation and understanding of the world, a question about the humanities, which are equally important, I think, in educating a workforce. And I wonder if at a future, and they are very much under siege all across the country, and I wonder at a future meeting, and I think this falls to you, Vice Chancellor St. John, we might look at the state of the humanities in the system, the arts and humanities. Thanks. And now let me introduce Vice Chancellor Carolyn Dorsey, Strategic Initiatives.
So unlike our very prepared Vice Chancellor Farini Monday, I do also have a couple of slides, but they are not in your packet because based on some recent conversations, the presentation that I had prepared, we didn't plan to have any, but I thought then as we were talking about it, it might be more helpful to the group if we did have 2 or 3 slides. So we will have some slides to bring up, but I do apologize that you don't have them, but I do think that they will certainly help. And one other note, it does, if you are paying close attention to the agenda, it says that it is my update and then also an early college update. We had decided that the early college update will take place at the October ASA meeting. So I apologize that I also neglected to remove that from the schedule. So that's 2 strikes, Chancellor. I apologize. Good thing my review is not this month. So what I wanted to do, just to take a moment and talk a little bit about, first, very quickly about the role of the Vice Chancellor of Strategic Initiatives. This slide just gives you an example of a little bit of the scope of work that takes place in the office. So as you can see, under the Vice Chancellor of Strategic Initiatives, there are several areas: human resources, and this isn't listed here, but human resources, the board office, internal communications, organizational effectiveness, early college, which was mentioned earlier. All of these things sort of focus on some of these key initiatives. So strategic plan implementation, internal communications, and then as a side note to that, also I'm the Chancellor's Chief of Staff. But the key elements that I wanted to talk about today focus on the internal communications piece, and then also we'll talk about some of the external communications. So under internal communications, we at the system have I would like to say a department, but it is one person really, Karina Larson. She handles all of our internal communications, which when it was initially created was really around HR. It was a lot of those messages that would go out to all of our employees about dates, changes, things like that. So as the Chancellor came on and started doing more sort of system-wide messaging about maybe unified accreditation, about things that were happening with NECHI, now strategic planning. There was more and more internal communication that was outside of just simply things that related to the human resource area. So her reporting line moved away from HR or the CHRO and over to the VCSI, so that she really could be more of a strategic partner in the types of messaging that went out across the system to all the campuses. So at the same time, within the Vice Chancellor of Strategic Initiatives Office, we realized that as we were doing more unified and moving into the strategic plan, we needed to have someone that could manage those projects and manage them more strategically. So we brought on Jen O'Leary, who I will ask to come up and join me. Jen is the Director of Strategic Initiatives. So I think that there has been a bit of confusion as we talk about Jen's role, and then Tori, if you want to also join us. We refer to a lot of what Jen does in the communications area, but really she is the person that looks at all of our projects in strategic initiatives and helps to coordinate, organize, and work with all of the partners to make sure that what we're doing follows the timeline, that we're able to be successful in what we're doing within my area of strategic initiatives. So a lot of what she is doing is working with Karina on our internal messaging. She's also really become a key leader in workforce development for some of the system initiatives, working with a lot of the folks at UMaine and the other campuses with some of the initiatives that they already have underway with a lot of our workforce partners across the state. So Jen has a lot of different hats that she's wearing within strategic initiatives, but much of that is communicating it out to folks so that they're aware of what it is that we're doing. But it really is mostly internal communications, with the exception of perhaps those outreaches to employers or people that she's working with on workforce development initiatives. Or she'll work with people across the system to pull together material and data on something that we are working on. And then when it's at a point where we're ready to talk to the media or talk to an external partner, then she'll hand it off to Tori and the external communicators to then start to talk to our media partners or get it out into the public eye where it needs to go. So what I asked was that both of them come today and just talk again, just a teeny bit about what they do, so people can better understand and maybe break through some of the confusion. Because I know when we start talking about communication, people just aren't sure who does what, where the roles begin and end. And hopefully we can clear some of that up for folks and we'll better understand where we are. So I think I'll step aside. Jen, do you want to take, I'm going to just leave this here.
Okay. To lower this a little bit. Hi, I'm Jen O'Leary. So do you want to switch to the next slide? So I think one of the pieces, as Carolyn mentioned, I could talk about this, but I think it's probably just a little bit easier to show it. A lot of the work, you guys have heard a lot about these initiatives. And so again, from different audience perspectives, it's how do you take all of this great work and have it make sense to different groups and audiences? A lot of the work that I'm focused on is really proactive pieces and communication aspects that are tied to the strategic plan. Vice Chancellor St. John had mentioned the adult degree completion program, all those different initiatives. We just heard about the research and innovation side of the house. And so there's different elements and aspects tied to that. Internally, there's a variety of groups, all very important to this. This isn't a listing of every single group and audience. But you also have within a leadership structure, such as a board. The universities have their leadership structures. There's what I call kind of the internal externals, which are alums, donors, boards, all very important people. And so I think what we're trying to do is to make sure that these overarching key themes and messages hit these audiences in a way that they're like, wow, that's good. And we know that we're taking things such as a strategic plan, moving them along as the universities come up with their distinctive plans and goals. It's really just seemed to be kind of these highlights and pieces to then ultimately show that we're hitting these benchmarks and the efforts that way. The external piece, I put this up just from the standpoint of, Tori deals with media. We also have our local university. There's communication people there and contacts there. You all perhaps speak and our spokespeople. So we have learners, there's business, community members, everybody in a way is a communicator, right? And then we also have different people within the system. Sam Warren deals with our legislative piece, but a lot of the universities might have other people that reach out and talk. So again, it's just taking all these pieces and providing a strategy to then help to look at it in that holistic way. So I think the other piece, can we move to the next slide? See, again, I thought looking at slides versus hearing me talk about this might be helpful. So this is just a snapshot, really aligning. We know we had the strategic plan that was approved and released by the board. There's a perception and value piece, which Tori is going to talk to you about. The degree completion, we heard some really great, exciting work that the universities have started to roll out and will continue to do so. That was mentioned that there's going to be other initiatives kind of that come out early on. We're also going to frame and partner with groups to help highlight that message. A lot of it with the partnership side is making sure that there are other pieces of work and partners that can become kind of cross marketers and promoters of everything that we're doing too, which is important. And then I have as we get the university plans, there's going to be more initiatives. So just making sure that we're highlighting those in a concise and consistent way. So do you want to take it from here, Tori? And then we'll answer questions, I'm sure.
Yeah. I think Jen just gave an excellent overview of what we're all doing together, working on different parts of this. Jen just mentioned phase one of a really important piece of this. Some of you may have seen it already, and we'll show it in a moment. But just to talk about it is phase one is part of the brand value for the University of Maine system. And so working in lockstep with the chancellor on this, he gave me a very quick deadline. So I'm very accustomed to fast turnarounds. Was able to work with Frame Media Strategists. They're an unbelievable group. They do a lot of political advertising. And so immediately got to work with them for phase one of the brand value and perception value, which is all about grabbing the attention of students around the state of Maine, particularly, who may feel overlooked. They may not feel like they're not kind of cut from the college cloth, that there's no place for them in college. And so we wanted to upend that notion and really take a look at how can we engage them to say yes to college, to say yes to their future. And so what we decided to do, which is a completely different approach from our previous campaign, this is all about authenticity. And so who are our best experts when we need to turn to people to tell the University of Maine system? Well, students themselves, right? Students who can show they can take people on a path on a farm in Presque Isle and show them, this is why I'm here. This is why I'm working on this potato farm, learning all I can, so I can bring what I'm learning back to my family. And I'm going to come here and I'm going to help build this farm to a higher level. And I'm going to keep this knowledge right here in the state of Maine. It's all about attracting people to the beauty of Maine. And it really is a stunning video, thanks to Frame Media. They got up crack of dawn, 4:45 in the morning. They were in the mudflats of Machias, and they were profiling students who are out there for a summer term, and they're studying under the tutelage of some of the greatest professors at University of Maine at Machias, who are just beloved and doing some amazing work that are helping farmers, clam farmers and mussel farmers and lobster farmers around the area. But that was just one piece of it. And so we were able to profile 5 of our universities in the first ad. Our second ad we're shooting it next week, the 18th to the 20th. We'll be in Fort Kent. Deb Hadeen will be there talking with forestry graduates, also with conservation officers, speaking with them about what they learned at University of Maine at Fort Kent and the jobs they're in now. This next phase is about success. It's the success that University of Maine students can attain, and they're sharing their stories as well. We're going to be, sorry to tell you this, President Softly, but the plane does come back in a big way in this next ad. We're profiling a young man who has been out of college for just 5 years. He wasn't supposed to make it. Both of his parents were drug addicts, and he dropped out of high school. But somehow somebody saw something more in him, encouraged him to get his GED, encouraged him to go to UMA, and he got involved in the pilot program at UMA. And he didn't just get involved with it. One of the professors so closely followed him and supported him that in his senior year, and he had no money, so he was constantly working to try to pay for his education. He needed to get enough money for his flying hours. And this professor said, I'll split the cost with you. You're going to do this. Fast forward 5 years. That young man graduated from UMA. He became a pilot with a commuter airways. Then 6 months in, got a higher job. 6 months after that, he was at Southwest Airlines as a pilot. 6 months after that, he was at Delta Airlines, and he is a Delta Airlines pilot today. A proud guy. And he gives all of that credit to the University of Maine at Augusta. We've got somebody who's at University of Maine School of Law. She's now the Deputy Secretary of State. And she comes from Iowa and just wanted to come to Portland. And she said it was the best experience of her life. We have all of these beautiful success stories. We have a nurse who's a male nurse in the NICU unit at Eastern Maine Medical Center. And so we're showcasing success stories now. We're moving from phase 1 to phase 2. Phase 3, we're going to be looking at adult learners. And so that is in keeping directly with what we're looking at for our strategic plan and our initiatives. The beauty to this plan, or to the phasing of these ads, they're just 30-second ads. But what's really important is the content that flows from that. So we have these amazing interviews. We've got, photos. We're doing, every university is going to be receiving these bundles of stories that are then going to live on their own websites. In addition, we have just embedded a really great tracker system on our landing page. So when anybody sees the University of Maine, it's maine.edu/yes. So when you go to that, it brings you to a landing page, and then it gives you the option of all 7 universities and the University of Maine School of Law. And when people go to any of those individual places, their information is tracked. And so, we are able to find embedded in that information where they went, how long they were there, what additional information they got. But this is all about driving enrollment. So this is bringing people directly to where we need them to go and then to track. And I think, Owen, you had a question about that, about tracking. That's what we're doing. So this is the first time we've been able to do this. And Brandy McCann has done a great job. She runs our website for the University of Maine system. So she's been working directly with these folks from Frame to get this embedded so that we can actually see, we can have this great data. You all have, I think, Kayla, Kayla is going to be handing out to you. You always wonder, okay, okay, great. We've got this ad, then we've got another ad coming out. This just started airing on August 21st, and on TV. I don't know if you've seen it yet on TV. It's digitally, it's in a lot of different places. Would you like to see it? Okay. Okay. So we're going to get it going in a moment.
From different backgrounds.
In different places.
We can all choose a path. The University of Maine system.
With universities and campuses across the state.
Puts college within reach.
For everyone.
With more than 100 degree programs.
Your future is here.
You can enroll directly at one of our universities.
And community college students can complete their degrees.
Because no matter where you are, your new path starts here.
The University of Maine system.
Say yes to college.
Say yes to your future.
And that does not include the money that we have now allocated to each of the universities for non-traditional students. So, and we'll be working with them. You heard descriptions of some of those programs, but some of that money is also to get the message out.
Good. I just, the plan itself, I mean, hopefully we can see it by next board meeting, do you think?
I think we can probably provide that for you.
Thanks.
Right. But I just want trustees, particularly new trustees, to understand that we weren't in this business. So until recently.
We know.
Any other questions? Do we know, do they do focus groups first with potential, the audience A and B? Do we know when an application comes in, how people heard about it? Will we be able to have any connection, how these ads are actually affecting enrollment? Is there a way to know that?
There are some examples of that, specifically with our trial piece on direct admissions. We could actually track those very easily and did. And that's how we know that certain individuals came about solely due to that experiment that we had on early college. And so there are substantial tracking abilities built into most of what we're doing. And quite frankly, we're getting more sophisticated as we get more sophisticated advice.
And I also think that various admissions folks, the different admissions offices have different ways of tracking things they do separately. They all have different ways of tracking their various means too. I think there was a question.
Trustee McCarthy?
Yeah, one sort of area that I guess I'm confused about, and I appreciate all the hard work here, is, how much of the goal is public perception, right? Versus how much the goal of brand versus how much the goal of enrollment, right? Because I think each of those probably have their own unique strategies. And it's that, obviously, like, it's not discrete, things can be overlapping. And then, so that's one question. And then two is, then how do we know, for example, if the goal is enrollment, right? That a broader message for the whole system is better than enabling the campuses to do their own marketing for enrollment. And those are some of the things that I'm interested about as we think about broad marketing.
So I'm going to tackle that more broadly and then go ahead and jump in. But so I think probably one of the reasons that a very specific marketing plan hasn't come before you yet is we are still sort of struggling with that answer. I believe that right now, one of the things we need to do most is have a very broad campaign about the value of higher education, letting people understand that we are a system and that if you engage in the system at any one of the campuses, that you have the benefit of all of the campuses, that we are a unified system and you could be in Fort Kent and you can be benefiting from something that's taking place in Southern Maine. And that is a message that we really need to get out to the general public. But at the same time, we are so focused on enrollment. So when I'm talking with Tori, she jumps right in ahead to go to, well, let's grab a student and talk about this great thing. And it's really enrollment focused. So we're trying to find the balance with phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and trying to do it in a way that we can continue the perception and awareness campaign and then have certain enrollment campaigns as we go, but also not to bump up too much against what a campus is doing, because they have certain times of the year where they're promoting some of their own specific things. And we also don't want to, collide with that in a way that might get confusing for folks.
I just follow. The role of the system can do a really good job at selling the value of higher education, and talking to students and stakeholders. And then on the enrollment side, maybe it would work, maybe it won't work as well as enabling campuses,
right?
Sell
within
their,
they're very specific offering. Yep.
And so now with all the data, you can answer that question and say, is this the right number, or does USM get better click-through rates, for their work, or
because their ad will be targeted very specifically to what someone's going to look for that particular program. And I don't know if you want to add to that.
I was just going to say, this is just really a beginning, and it gives us, information is power, right? And so that's what we're looking for. We're trying to drill down and find out, what are we looking at? And so, this was a big deal, getting this tracker embedded on the landing page, trust me. took a lot. But we got it. And so now that is going to now empower each of the universities to then parse out the information. Now, each of the universities also has a bucket of money to do their own advertising. So this really is about the University of Maine system, but we also want to hammer out to folks that we are one big family, and without breaking out in that song. But we are family. And so really, wherever you find yourself in the University of Maine system, you will find a home. I mean, that's really kind of the nuanced message. And so beyond that, once people are able to go to those different universities and find out more information, they may say, well, you know, Presque Isle is my home. I love that. Here's what I'm going to do. And it's up to them then. And it's also up to the folks who are doing enrollment at those universities then to follow through. So this is another tool, really.
Trustee Kane.
Thank you
And-
very much.
Sorry, trustees.
Thank you very much. I'm definitely a person who's watched the video at least 13 times and shared it with other humans. So I'm happy to be in the stats. I think the key link here to the strategic plan conversation is that what we're trying to do is raise the floor of marketing, where I think in the past we've had very clear marketing efforts from, say, UMaine or USM or that are appropriate for them, right? And it's good, but we really had a sense that we didn't have the floor was really too low for everybody else. And what I'm seeing and reflected in this that runs throughout the strategic plan, the term marketing appears 9 or 10 times in the strategic plan, is we actually see a raising of the floor for marketing in a way that you know, you can use favorite analogy, right? A rising tide lifts all boats, or whatever favorite analogy you have, is the idea that we are marketing at a certain level, at a higher level than ever before, the strength of the system as a whole, but not to the exclusion of or in place of individual marketing efforts, because I think one of the strengths that's identified in the plan and across all of our conversations is each campus has its own audience that they are the right home for. And we want to enable them to speak even clearer about what kind of home they can provide, educational home they can provide for students, and give them the opportunity to each have their highest level achieved for enrollment as well. So it's, again, for me, I think about it as raising the floor to a level we've never had before.
Well, and I think also, as in business, oftentimes when budgets are tight, marketing is one of the first things that people reduce. And, you know, Tori mentioned that everyone has a bucket, and I was thinking, well, maybe more like a juice class of marketing money. And so I think the chancellor is very focused on what can we do as a system? Are there funds that we can use as a system to help, to supplement what the campuses are doing with their budgets? And that's what this is an attempt to do.
To augment what you both have just said, you're right. We wanted to get into the business. We wanted to be helpful to all of our universities and not hurt anyone. But clearly, the smaller universities within our constellation have a tougher time at this. And we thought it was appropriate to take on this effort, which is meant to augment what Southern Maine or the University of Maine or UMA can do without competing or detracting in any way. And I think with this first ad, and we'll all make independent judgments, but I think we hit it pretty well this time. And the question is, can we have a consistent message that is uplifting for all of our universities and doesn't impede any of our universities?
Vice Chair Ames.
Thank you. Tori, first of all, I appreciate all of your work. It's long overdue, and I really applaud it. But last night at the lovely dinner we had, my dinner partner was one of our student trustees, Andrew Seal. Am I saying that right? And we talked about this exact topic. And so I would encourage you to work with students as well. Perhaps you are, but Andrew had some wonderful ideas right along the same line. And it's very timely. So thank you.
Well, thank you for that. And I am talking with students every day. So I get emails back and forth. I'm talking with people at University of Maine, Fort Kent right now, and at the law school. Grad from the law school, but I'm getting a lot of great ideas. Corey Haskell, are you in here still? Help me in identifying a really good student from USM who ended up just being a beautiful addition to that first ad. That's where we're going to get all of the great stuff. It's just word of mouth through students. So if you guys have good ideas, please bring them my way. But again, this is all about authenticity and how best. I mean, that's my life has been a storyteller. And how do I ever get stories? By actually opening my mouth and asking other people for people they might know who have a really good story. Again, this young man from UMA, his story is going to blow us all out of the water, just given the depths of despair from which he arose and what he's now attained. It's going to be amazing. But there are so many, you can then kind of replicate that story in different ways. And we don't know about them unless people bring them to us. So it's an excellent point, Trustee. Thank you.
I have an idea. I think the student reps and Tori should have lunch together
Today.
today. Let's do it.
So we'll, oh,
Sorry. Trustee Landry.
Tori, Jen. I have two questions. One is that this campaign that you just shared with us is for in-state, I think you mentioned. So do we have a defined population there? Because we've talked a little bit about adult learners, we've talked about non-traditional learners, we've talked about new Mainers, like all different strategies. Is this who is this particular, you may have said this and I'm just spacing out on it, but is there a number, we know how many graduates there are in the state. We know exactly how many people of every age, right? So how many people are we targeting with this particular campaign?
I think this campaign is primarily traditional students, primarily at this time, but there will be subsequent iterations as well as funded advertising by the individual universities for their non-traditional students. What we were also anxious to do is to be first up. And we've never been first up on this stuff before. So I thought that was a very good ad and certainly very good first effort ad, but it was to hit the market in a more timely way. We have historically, even amongst some of our universities, not criticizing anybody here, but historically, we're slow to pull a trigger. And now we're trying to turn that around. So this is primarily a traditional candidate or student, but there'll be other efforts as well.
So in that traditional student bucket, it would be helpful to know, we don't need this today, but when we get to this presentation in October, so how many people are in that bucket? How many people are we targeting? And then of that, right, our enrollment numbers are positive this year, but the numbers are still tiny in terms of increases, right? They're not insignificant, but then we can compare, right? Sort of how these sorts of campaigns impact that. And marketing is such an inexact science, right? I mean, it's hard to figure out exactly what works, but I'd like to be able to know what the numbers are, get the concept, but sort of who are we targeting, how many are there? And then my second question is, when we see this larger campaign that you all are working on, does that include the individual campus campaigns as well as the system so that we've got one unified effort?
Right. So we are seeing about 13,000 plus students graduate per year right now in Maine. Now that used to be much higher. As people around the table may know, Maine has a very high graduation rate from high school and a low matriculation rate to college. And so this particular ad is that audience and trying to convince them, if not introduce the concept of a college experience and what that might mean in their life. And I suspect to a great extent that will be a subpart of any message that we connect to this particular attempt that we're undertaking at this point. I think is an appropriate way to look at it. But our problem is that number continues to drop for the foreseeable future. And so we can't afford to wait any longer while other people communicate with those folks. And so this was very much an attempt to be first to the market.
To answer the question, no, the plan that we're putting together will be a system marketing plan. It will probably offer a nod to what the campuses are doing, but it will be a system plan. It will not include the campuses have their own individual plans.
So given that we are a system in the sense of we are all connected and we're all looking at the same 13,000 of those students, as well as the same population of in-state adult learners, when we know what those populations are, the external universe is much larger, right? I mean, of both non-traditional, traditional. I mean, we have, it's almost global at this stage of the game. So that's a whole other category. But I think it would be very helpful at some point if we can understand those efforts of marketing and branding for all components of the system, not just the system.
Right.
Why? Because the trustees really need to understand what the entire system is doing. So, and how those pieces link together, how the messages align.
Yeah, we will have to know them to be able to produce our part of the plan as well, right?
So will there be a way for us to know what the individual campuses are doing as well? How much money goes to that? What is being put out, what that branding is, and is the branding all in alignment so that we're really pushing ahead a single message, both internally and externally, or how does that work?
I'm trying to be specific and helpful if I can. So our two largest universities obviously have the most to spend in this regard. And what University of Southern Maine does in on a Gorham-based and Portland-based ad campaign tends to be very different than what our largest university in a rural area is doing. And what I think we'll have a discussion amongst the presidents and the vice chancellors on how we might address what you're asking. I think they're perfectly fine questions. I don't know as much about what each of those universities doing individually as I do what we're trying to undertake in this particular ad campaign, and quite frankly, be on the market before, be in the marketplace before other people were closing their deals. But we'll try to, I'll have a discussion with the presidents, and perhaps what we could do is on an ongoing basis, have one or two of the universities talk about their facilities with respect to this issue. Would that be helpful? Okay, great.
And I think I'm sure that they would certainly be agreeable to offer a summary of sort of, what their focus is, what their emphasis is, how they're planning to prepare for that. I think we try very hard as a system not to impose on them what we believe, how they should spend it, how they should do it, but we want to do it in concert with each other to make sure that we are giving the same message and not, again, overstepping on a campaign that they have. But
yeah, I mean, I think we're all in this together.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And and if there's a way to leverage a limited amount of dollars, because there's not a huge amount of dollars system wide,
right?
Whether it's just UMS or all the campuses, and leveraging every bit out of that, seems to me that it would be just a prudent move. So understanding is the first stage. What is it? Right. And then we can go from there. So thank you, Carolyn, very much.
Yeah. So in essence of time, I think we're going to move on.
Trustee Flood.
Oh, I'm so sorry. And the chair of my committee of
That's
all
okay.
people to skip over.
Up on some of the questions that we just had. And also follows up on the collaboration that's apparently running rampant right now. So that's great. And my question is, if I know there are individual messages that have to be done at individual campuses, and then there's this broader umbrella that we've taken full measure of, is there any cost efficiency to utilizing the same agency to do these individual messages? Does that kind of bring it together even stronger, but still providing the individual campus messaging? Just questioning if we can create some savings by utilizing one agency, or are there too many geographic spacing?
Yes.
that kills that idea?
Yes.
So-
Well, and it's an individual preference. And so, every university has its own, Marcoms department. So marketing and communications, sometimes it's one person, sometimes it's multiple people who run those departments. And so, what I'll say is I've been working with all of the different departments, at all of the universities and the University of Maine School of Law. And so everybody is understanding what this approach is, and they've been very helpful with this whole ad, and the first two ads. But because, and I think we've been talking about this, every university has a specific population that they're attracting or they're working with. And so you're not going to have a one size fits all. You're not going to be able to market and out externally or internally to University of Maine the same way you might University of Maine at Fort Kent. You're going to have different kinds of people. You've got forestry students who are at University of Maine at Fort Kent, and I don't think you do at UMA. So you've got different groups of people who you are trying to attract. So those individual marketing and communications departments have to be focused on that, and they need to know that they can work with. We now have 23 approved vendors, and we worked really hard to get them approved because every single team, they might have a really good working relationship with, or they might have gotten a really good price, but that we've gotten them all approved so that many of them are Maine-based, and that's what we're trying to do, is encourage people to use Maine-based marketing firms. But they know that they can go to those people because maybe they have a long relationship with them and they understand that university and the university's needs. So Frame has worked out great. They've been working with USM. We brought them in, but I don't think like University of Maine Presque Isle is working with Frame. They have their own relationship. Does that help a little bit? Yeah, it's about, the feeling comfortable with the company you're working with. You want to make sure that they're working with you. They understand what your needs are and what you're going for. So that's why we've given, I say we, I think traditionally they've had their own opportunity to have those separate relationships from what we have. But look, I will say we do have great content that is freely being given. I'm putting together stories that are actual stories that you'd see on the news that we are generating internally with Frame. And then those are going to run on the different websites. So that is going to look, because it's Frame that's editing all of this, but I'm producing them, and it's going to be a similar look to this whole campaign. So people will see that as well. And that's also sharing the money, that we're putting forward in this, because we want to help the whole. It's the only way we can move forward.
In the interest of time, this is great stuff. People have been waiting several boards for this sort of approach. So I know that's critically important. I also think it has a really big role in public education about the value of higher education, independent of our enrollment goals. But I would suggest that clearly from this conversation, there is keen interest in how the systems plan, how it all rolls up together. Mm-hmm. We appreciate the autonomy of the campuses. I'm sure that the big budgets are at the bigger campuses, but I think Trustee Flood's notion of economies of scale by thinking about branding everybody in some similar way and using that makes lots of sense. So in the plan, it may not be, everybody has their contracts now, but it may be really interesting to sort of think about that and how it will all work. So we look forward to getting that.
So if I could, we'll just transition quickly to an update on the strategic plan, which if I think after this, there was one more slide that and if we could just have Vice Chancellor St. John join us for one piece of this. So really just a quick update. What I wanted, again, as the internal piece of this, I wanted Jen to just sort of explain a tool that we're using very quickly, and then Jeff.
So again, this is just a high level piece that's not in your packets, but this is 2 lines, just a sample of a framework we're building out, and we'll be able to share later on. But it basically shows kind of what we were talking about earlier with the high level committees and the work. So you have all these internal groups, and then it kind of then cascades from there down to the universities. all of their key groups and pieces, and then also then to different audiences, much back to the framework that I had with policymakers, businesses. So the ability to then show frameworks of having templates, key talking points, pieces, so then we can track and know who's responsible. So the project lead, the team, approver, there's a column there for alignment. There's major initiatives tied to either we saw in an earlier presentation, the state 10-year plan, the mention to the UMS transforms initiatives, a lot of great initiatives that we can then align with to make sure that we have those high level pieces, as well as the campus or the university communication networks and groups and their lists, board of visitors, again, not going through every single audience, but knowing that there's a lot. So this is probably a 50, it's a wonderfully long document that we will provide in a succinct format moving forward, but I just wanted you to be able to see this as kind of a framework. So it provides, again, this ability for you to see this in a snapshot, and hopefully just becomes an easy communications update for this group and others. I think we are traveling. Yeah, we are traveling. That's all that
Carolyn asked me to say a quick word about the structure of implementation, how we're managing that. We have a small implementation steering committee. Carolyn and I co-chair that group. There are 3 system staff members on that group, Rosa Radonna, Jen O'Leary, and Kim Marie Jenkins. We also have representing the presidents, President Hedin, representing the Provost Frierson from USM. We're working right now with the presidents to recruit 1 staff member to join that group from across the system. And I'll be working with the Faculty Governance Council to recruit 1 faculty representative as well. Our basic approach is this. We have 5 commitments, as all the trustees know, within the plan. We're working with the presidents to develop a pair of co-chairs attached to each of the 5 commitments. Co-chairs are not responsible for doing all the work in every area, but rather for collecting updates from people and groups who are doing work on specific goals within each of those commitments, moving updates to us on a regular basis so that Carolyn and I can report out to the presidents, to the chancellor, to Trustee Kane and the Strategic Planning Committee, to the full board, boards of visitors and other groups. We have a model in place. We have a process for communicating in place, as Jen noted, and we think we have a good structure with a lot of help and support from the presidents to make sure that we're communicating in both directions effectively and regularly.
Thank you.
And then finally, Trustee Kane, if you'd like to offer some remarks, and that's.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I think the groundwork has been laid here. A few things I want to just emphasize. We are now working on under the implementation timeline as outlined in the strategic plan, with additional deadlines being added at the direction of the committee to the staff to work with the presidents. And now that with faculty being back since last month, working with faculty as well on filling in the blanks on the timeline that were not in the initial draft to make sure we can keep this moving. We have a committee work plan that we've drafted, but is always in development. But our first deadlines come up at the end of this month, right? When we think about this under step 2, developing goals, the presidents have been working on this in the areas of retention, enrollment, research, and economic and workforce development due at the end of September. Working on presenting those goals to the board in October, and our next committee meeting is on October 19th, which is when we will see all of that work. We also have goals related to student success and research goals that are due ahead of our next meeting. So we'll be following up on all of those and continuing to review the timeline as well as these implementation documents. I also want to state here in this meeting that we'll be working, one of the themes that's been coming up in consistent questions is, does all of this just live with the strategic planning committee, or does it also live in other committees? The answer is, of course, it lives with all of the committees. And we'll be working with the executive committee of this board and all across all of the committee chairs to identify which items need to live across the committees. But I think it's very important to understand that any single one of the specific goals that are laid out in the plan is a specific goal, but without the context of the whole plan just seems like a task, right? It might not seem very strategic outside of the strategic piece. So we're really going to be looking at how do we keep even the how do we make sure we don't end up with siloed work happening at the committee level, but that there is a constant conversation about the broader goals of this plan, the timeline, how we measure it, how we see it overall from a big picture perspective, and making sure we remind ourselves constantly that context does matter. So I think we're off to a strong start. It'll really start to pick up here with the October meeting, with deadlines coming in the next few weeks.
Yeah. And I would follow up that in our discussions with Chair Kane and discussions about how to build this, our goal, we recognize this is an enormous amount of work, and some of the process of it seems overwhelming. So our interest is in what are the priorities? How do we minimize the demands on all of you and the presidents in implementing this? How do we build it into the work plans of committees so that we can really make this as streamlined a process and outcome-based as possible? So that's the discussion with the executive committee and Chair Kane.
Thank you. No questions? We're all done. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, in the interest of given, I want to make sure that Vice Chancellor Lowe has our full attention on the important discussions of budget. So we're going to push that until after lunch. But let us do a little bit of business before we break. And that is, you may have noticed some new faces in addition to Professor Staples. We have some new faculty and student representatives. Before I introduce them to you, I want to thank Professor Matthew Banton, Professor Michael Scott, and Associate Professor Ned Rupert Nason, who are cycling off as faculty reps, and thank them very much for their very, very, very great service. As you all know, this board has tried hard to increase our engagement with faculty and students. They were the sort of first effort to do so, and we really appreciate all that work. We do have a new student representative, JJ Chaboya from the University of Maine at Fort Kent. JJ. Great to see you. And Deb, do you want to say something? Sorry. Yes, of course. Keep talking and it will. It's a miracle.
Yes, so I would like to introduce to you Jayana Jaboya, which we fondly call her JJ. She's a student in the business program. She played women's basketball on the women's basketball team for 3 seasons. She is also an orientation leader and a Bagel Buddy peer mentor. She comes to us from Salinas, California, and after graduation plans to remain in Fort Kent.
Hey. Whoa, yay. We also have, and I'll turn to the presidents first. We have some new faculty representatives. We have Ivan Manev from the University of Maine.
Thank you, Ivan. Welcome. Professor Manev is Professor of Management and also the Nicholas M. Slago Professor in the University of Maine School of Business. Wonderful leader for our campus in so many ways. Very delightful to have him here. His research area is focused on the multinational enterprise as a network, management of the transitional economies of Central and Eastern Europe, Russia, and China, cross-cultural leadership, and a number of other factors. And we're thanking particularly for some extended travel to get here in time for today.
And we did not fully, we didn't give any of the bio of Professor Staples. So President Edmondson.
One thing I will tell you, though, is that Dr. Staples, who is a professor in environmental sciences and also the department chair, gives a wonderful tour of the smart forest at the Gorham campus and does an incredible amount of research with our students. And so I've really been, it's been such a pleasure to work with him. And I'm so glad that he's here representing USM with this particular group. And I do, again, encourage you to take a tour of the smart forest and the Arboretum at the University of Southern Maine on our Gorham campus. Okay,
great. Thank you. And I want you to know, as we plan our schedule for ahead, as we move around campuses, we've asked when we come to USM next that we be on the Gorham campus. Great. And so if we don't get the tour before, we'll get it then. And from Fort Kent, we have Lieben Lewis. President Hadid.
Okay, so yes, sorry, thank you. Dr. Lyndon Lewis is an assistant professor of forestry. He completed, his PhD is in forest resources and completed that degree in 2021. His research is in forest operations. Just one quick little story on this is during the summer of 2021, we had a faculty member in our forestry program leave suddenly during the summer. We were in panic of how we were going to fill that position starting like 2 months later. And we reached out to UMaine and asked within their doctor program if they happen to have any forestry students that might be interested in joining us at UMFK while they were also completing their doctoral degree. And Lyndon stepped forward at that time and joined us during that year. Once he completed the degree, he then stayed on at UMFK to serve as an assistant professor. So we're thrilled to have Lyndon. Thank you.
Great. And we're, oops.
I apologize. My email was kind of in a glitch, but I do have a more formal bio. If I could just take another minute, because Dr. Staples has a lot of accomplishments and I do want to know that he's
Sure.
That it's actually fully recognized. So again, my apologies, Joe. So Dr. Staples is an associate professor and chair of the Department of Environmental Science and Policy at USM. He holds a PhD in biology from Illinois State University and an MS in environmental forest biology. He grew up in Whitefield, Maine, and is a graduate of Lincoln Academy in Newcastle. Upon graduating high school, he joined the U.S. Army, served as an intelligence analyst and a paratrooper with the 319th Military Intelligence Battalion under the 525th Military Intelligence Brigade in the 8th Airborne Corps. Did I get all of those numbers right, Joe? I hope. So while in the military, Dr. Staples developed a fascination with environmental issues, and following his discharge, he attended Herkimer Community College in upstate New York, and then SUNY's College of Environmental Science and Forest at Syracuse, where he completed a BS and MS in environmental forest biology with an emphasis in chemical ecology. He went on to complete his PhD, as I said previously, at Illinois State University. He currently conducts research in environmental entomology, forest ecology, and science education, and he collaborates with researchers from across the University of Maine system and individuals from local and national organizations. So again, my apologies, but thank you for allowing me to say that.
Absolutely a wonderful addition. Whitefield, Maine. Okay. That's great. Thank you. And we're really pleased that Patrick Cheek has agreed to re-up, and we have a reappointment for him. Madam President.
Yes, we're very happy about Patrick's service to the board in the past and for UMA. He's an assistant professor of psychology. His bachelor's degree is from the University of Maine at Augusta, so he's an alum. His master's was University of Maine, and his PhD was from the University of Minnesota. And we're thrilled that he's agreed to continue on board.
As I was. Thank you all for your agreeing to serve. We're really grateful. And we need a resolution. The resolution is that the Board of Trustees approves the appointments of the faculty and student representatives to the Board of Trustees as presented. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Alexander, seconded by Trustee Michaud. All those in favor? All those opposed? Unanimous. Thank you all very, very much. We really deeply appreciate it. With that, let's take our usual 15-minute very quick lunch break. We'll come back and hear from Vice Chancellor Lowe. And I really am serious. If Andrew, can you take the lead in getting student reps with Tori to have a chat about? That'd be great. Thank you very much. We are adjourned until whenever we finish lunch as quickly as possible. Why don't we reconvene, please? The students are out there with Tori going nuts. It's great. I know the students are indeed having the student reps in Tori are having a wonderful meeting, so I told them that they should finish their meeting and come in when they're ready. Do we have our quorum? Do we have our clerk? He's right here. Okay. And Valerie's still out.
You have a quorum.
We have a quorum. Okay, we're reconvening. And I would like to introduce Vice Chancellor Lowe. Cha-ching, I mean, Budget and Finance.
I have 3 items this afternoon to talk about. I want to briefly cover investment results for the month of July and talk about some preliminary results for August. I want to give you an update on the FY24 UMS budget timeline, and then actually step aside and Nate Harris, our Associate Director of Capital Planning, will come up and talk a little bit about the 5-year capital plan. We've had a chance to present that at FFT and are looking forward to presenting it today to the full board. So let me start with investment results. As always, the background material is included in your board materials. The managed investment pool with a market value of 31 million let me try that all over again. The managed investment pool had a market value of 366 million on July 31st, saw a gain of 2% for the month. However, early estimates of August show that we gave up nearly all of that gain with an estimated loss of 1.9%. The pension fund with a market value, a July market value of 19 million, also had a gain for the month of 0.5% with an estimated loss of 1.1% in August. And then finally, the operating fund, which had a July market value of 261 million, and as a reminder, a much more conservative asset allocation, saw a gain of 1% for July. That was about 2.3 million. Preliminary August results indicate a loss of 0.3%, 780,000, leaving an estimated return for the fiscal year to date of about 1.5 million. So again, we annually budget an investment return of about 2 million. So good couple of months, but as you know, if you've been around long enough, this is often like a roller coaster. So we take it month by month. I want to shift over to the fiscal year 24 budget. As a reminder for our returning members and new members, the budget cycle, it's a year-round process. We're already starting work on the next budget cycle, but we often are in this position where we need to make adjustments to budgets shortly after they were passed. So this FY24 budget was developed by our campuses last fall and last winter, presented into the system office last January. It was presented to the FFT committee in March and April of this year, approved by the full board in May. So for a number of years, any budget gaps that were created after that initial budget approval, whether it was enrollment shortfalls, expense growth, some combination of both of those, the campuses largely kind of self-corrected on their own. We didn't typically come back to the board with any kind of supplemental budget process. We worked at the system level to help those campuses get across the finish line, but it didn't involve the traditional kind of supplemental budget process that we have here. We changed that process probably 5 or 6 years ago to kind of try to really mirror the process that the state has, as far as you get a supplemental budget, you get a budget out there, it's getting slightly out of balance. You get in and you make those corrections as early in the fiscal year as you can. The longer we wait, the more painful those reductions tend to be. Budget changes in and of themselves are not that unusual. So again, we have campuses that are making enrollment projections 8, 9, 10 months sometimes in advance of when students are actually showing up on our campuses. So even if you just absolutely nailed it and you predicted 25,000 credit hours in the fall and you look on the sheet coming out of Jeff's office and it says 25,000 credit hours, they don't often line up perfectly. So you can be right on with credit hours, but if you projected more out-of-state students and instead you got more in-state students, that's great. We're excited about that, but it probably means a revenue imbalance there. The other side of that is you got the number of students and the credit hours that you projected in your budget, but maybe your budget was built on a discount rate of 35%, and it cost you had to go to 40% to get the same class. So it's all about net tuition revenue in our world, in my world. And so that will have an impact on that. So some of the calculations that are going on in the campuses now, we know from the reports that we look at on a regular basis, we got a pretty good idea of where credit hours are starting to settle. And as we talked about a little bit yesterday, we'll see some melt between now and the census date. But the work that the CBOs and the campuses are doing now are really aligning those credit hours with what the rates are. Not every credit hour is created equal. There are many, many, many different rates. So we're doing that alignment, understanding what we projected in the budget for revenue and what we're looking at now and seeing whether we need to make any adjustments to that. It's likely when we come forward with those changes over the next month or so, that you'll see several campuses come forward. There may be campuses that don't need to. So we've had examples in the past where campuses will, exceed their revenue base. They'll be within the ballpark, so we won't need to make those kind of adjustments. But it's not unusual for us to have 4 or 5 campuses that will come forward. The budget solutions will vary, obviously, depending on the size. But for this round of revisions, they're typically pretty straightforward. We typically, as compared to the March and May budget presentations, where I'll come to you with 40 slides, most of this I'll fit on a single A sheet, or there'll be a 1 or 2 pager, because they tend to be lumped into categories. They tend to be things like, we didn't get quite the credit hours we thought, but that also meant we didn't spend as much financial aid. So we've got an offset for that. We did a little bit better in residence halls and dining. And so we've got some auxiliary revenue that will offset our E&G deficit. Big categories like that. They're not things like layoffs, for instance. That's not something you would see in this budget window. One, because it's typically not the things that we need to close these kind of short-term gaps. It also is savings that would never be realized in this same fiscal year. So you'll see more to come on what those kind of proposals are. So let me talk a little bit about what the schedule is that we're looking at, and we'll refine this a little bit more in conversations with the presidents over the next week or so. But as we've said, we've been tracking headcount and FTEs and credit hours at the system and campus level. I look at it on a weekly basis. I'm sure the presidents are looking at it on a daily basis. I know the chancellor looks at it on an hourly basis. And so we're getting revised, updated budget memos from the campuses at the beginning of every month that kind of lays out where they are. And so we got the first round of those last week. Very helpful information, and thank the presidents and the CBOs for all the work that went into that. So we won't see final numbers until we get to census, but we have a general idea of where things will go over the course of the next couple of weeks. So when we see those budget memos in early October, we'll start to see some of the themes that are materializing. We'll start to see the campuses come forward that will be looking at shortfalls. Because of the timing of the FFT meeting and when we make these revisions, we've been doing this for 5 or 6 years now. It's not a process that we work through the FFT. We work with the FFT committee, but we don't go to the FFT committee with, here's a set of proposals, approve these, then we bring them to the board, simply because of timing. The campuses won't really understand the full impact of those budget reductions until October 15th. The FFT committee meets on the 18th, so just 3 days later. But At that meeting, we will have the budget memos. We will have a census will have occurred just a couple of days before that. So we will be able to talk to the FFT committee about how these budgets are materialized, and we'll be putting those together by now. So we will, you won't go into the November board meeting blind. We will be able to talk about what kind of changes that we're looking at. About a week after that FFT meeting, we'll look to have all of the budget revisions from the campuses into my office. That's when we'll go through the review. We'll roll things up into system numbers, give you a look at how things have changed. And then we'll post those budget materials about a week after that. So right around the 1st of November, we would post those for action at your November 5-6 board meeting, which I believe is in Presque Isle. So that's the timeline that we're looking at for supplemental changes. I'm happy to answer any questions about the timeline or the budget process.
Any questions? Seeing none.
So the last item I had on the agenda again was the 5-year capital plan. We presented the 1-year capital plan. Nate presented that back to the FFT committee in the summer. Last meeting, we spent some time on the 5-year plan. Great plan. Really want to recognize all of the hard work that went into that plan. Nate will talk about how, a good portion of the plan is aspirational, but it's not as aspirational as it was 5 or 6 years ago. So 5 or 6 years ago, we were putting plans together like this when we had, $30-40 million if we were lucky to invest in our facilities. Thanks to a lot of the great work that we've talked about today, whether it's the MEJRP funds that are coming in from the state or Alphon funds or philanthropy, or even the work that the campuses are doing, setting aside their own resources. The reality is that we've got a lot more construction going on. And so even if we have plans in here where we haven't identified a funding source, we think that makes a lot of sense, because when dollars show up, what we don't want to be doing is scrambling to try to find projects at the last minute to shoehorn into a plan that aren't consistent with where we want to go as a university system. So I'll let Nate take it over from there, and afterwards we're happy to answer any questions that you may have about that.
Thank you. Welcome, Nate.
All right, while they bring the slides up, just wanted to go ahead and start and just give a little background on the capital plan for those of you that don't know kind of the process we go through. So we start out in usually around February, we put
Nate,
out.
excuse me.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Lisa just asked, everybody may not know you. Could you just
Yes,
introduce yourself and your
so
position?
sorry. Yeah, so I am Nate Harris. I'm the Associate Director of Capital Planning, working in the Capital Planning and Project Management Group for the system. Thank you.
Thank you.
So as I was saying, we put out a call usually in February, and we put out guidance to the universities on kind of the timelines for building their capital plan. This year, we also sent out a capital advisory note that gave them an idea to think about the context in which they're building the plan, to think about enrollment and budgeting, net asset values and the conditions of their facilities, some of the funding sources that were out there and being used over the previous years. And I think as you see, as we go through this plan, some of these changes we've made to improve our capital plan have really paid a lot of dividends. And so we first go through and we build the plan around the E&G and auxiliary funds and how that supports the budget. And that's the information I briefed to this body back in May. We then finish building out the 1-year capital plan, in this case, FY24, with the rest of the funds. And so the E&G and auxiliary for the 1 year make up about 10% of that total single fiscal year expense plan. And so we brief that. And what's different from that 1-year plan to the 5-year plan you're going to see today is that aspirational component. And so as we look at FY25 through 28, we're going to see TBD funds in some of these projects. And those are projects the universities think are important to their programs, to their facilities, but they just haven't had time to necessarily figure out the funding source for those. And so that's what we're going to do kind of moving forward through this year. So I already mentioned the aspirational aspect and those TBD funds. Something else that we asked the universities to do that was new this year was to send a narrative, and you'll see that in the report that you received. And as part of that, they identified the strategic priorities and initiatives that their capital plan was developed to support. And so I'm not going to go through them all, but here are a few of the examples that were common across all the universities as far as supporting unified accreditation or the system strategic plan. And so overall, our 5-year capital plan, we're looking at $1.2 billion to support over 400 projects. And those projects are worth an estimated $1.5 billion. So again, this is a plan. This isn't written in stone anywhere. And each of these projects, as they meet the thresholds, will come up for approval through the FFT or the board here. So here's a look at our capital plan. And one way we like to look at the capital plan is what type of projects is the capital plan supporting? And again, I'm not going to go through all of these areas, but new space or new construction, that makes up 44% of our total capital plan. That is up 6% from our last year 5-year plan. So there's a modest increase. The overall plan itself is about 4% above what we had planned last year. A lot of that new funding is coming from some of these new funding sources we've talked about, either through the congressionally directed spending, a Harold Alfond grant, but there's also a lot of that funding that is TBD right now. So these are, again, some of those aspirational aspects where universities hope to build some new facilities, but we still have some work to do to figure out where that funding is coming from. The other big jump is in renovation. So these are big changes within an existing facility. So these are moving walls, taking down walls and fixing the systems behind them, and doing a significant amount of work that's going to ensure that that facility continues to operate well into the future. And so we saw almost a 10% increase over last year's 5-year plan as far as the percentage of funds that are going to that. And again, a lot of that has to do with the type of funds that we've been able to secure to support this plan. That being said, again, there is about 1/3 of that funding that is TBD. So again, there's still some work to be done to make this a reality. We have over 20 sources of funding that are supporting the capital plan, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but here you kind of see the top 7 or so that constitute 92% of all the funds. And there you see the TBD funds at 30%. And again, that's pretty much on par with what we've done the past couple of years. The big change here is in fundraising. So that amount has almost doubled since our last year 5-year plan. And a lot of that can be attributed to, as we work through finding matching funds for the UMS Transforms initiatives, we're identifying fundraising as a source for those. And so that's where a lot of that growth comes from. And then the last number I'll just point out, you can see those university funds that they have direct kind of impact on E&G and auxiliary and some of the reserves. Not unimportant, but as you can see within the context of the entire plan, it constitutes about 8%. One way that I think is useful to look at the capital plan and the way we're looking at spending money is by cost brackets. And so this takes the capital plan and looks at the project's total estimated cost and where it fits within these cost brackets. And I think these cost brackets set kind of natural breakpoints among themselves. As you look at the top level of projects, these are obviously very complex projects. They take a lot of time, a lot of coordination. There's time for approval that has to happen. And lots of times there's a lot of different funding sources that have to be brought together to make sure we can execute that, those projects. So as you can see here, I think it's very telling, those kind of top 2 tiers, they make up only 18% of the total number of projects, but 89% of the overall dollars. So there's a handful of projects that are really driving much of the expense within this capital plan. On the other hand, as we look down at these bottom 2 projects, 82% of your projects are falling at $2 million or below, and they only constitute 11% of the funds that are going to be spent. Now, while these projects may be a little bit less complex from pulling the funding together, there's other challenges to them as well. These smaller projects are certainly harder to go out for fundraising or some other sources of funding for. And at the same time, these projects are really a lot more work for the system and university staff, because they're the ones that are typically managing, running, and executing these projects. So there's a lot of work that's being done kind of in the background in a lot of these universities. At the same time, they're trying to manage some of these large dollar projects at the same time. What you're seeing here is a new way to look at where we spend our money. And this portfolio view is really just a new framework to think of where we spend. And so we've been working with Gordian to develop this product right here. And this looks at our facilities by the function that they support. And you'll see the very bottom kind of row shows the percent of gross square footage that specific function makes up across the entire system. As you can immediately see, most of our square footage consists of, maybe not surprising, academic facilities and residence halls. We can then look in each of those categories and see where their net asset value falls. And again, dark red is not good, going all the way up to green, which is very good. Now, net asset value is an algorithmic output. So it does not necessarily correlate to what's happening in that facility, but it is an indicator of really the amount of backlog maintenance that exists within the facility and that you would expect then drives the condition of that facility. When we see the facility kind of go into that territory, it's time to go look to a physical assessment of what does that facility need so we can continue to operate it. Or is this a facility that's past its useful capacity, or maybe programs and priorities have shifted and we don't need that facility anymore. So just using this as a way to think of where we would be spending our money, then again, academic facilities and residence hall, you would expect to see most of our expenses going towards. And these next couple of slides, we're going to look at how our capital plan actually supports that. So right here, we have the 5-year plan through the portfolio lens, and this is all of our projects. And so you're going to see immediately academic facilities, and then you're going to see some other things like athletics, residence hall, and blank. So the reason you're going to see kind of this order right now is the non-facility work that's taking place. So athletic fields falls under athletics. Now we're talking not just facilities, but the fields themselves, the work that might need to be done. That blank category also contains a lot of work that is important, but doesn't support a specific facility. So think of grounds, paving, roads, parking lots, and utility infrastructure. So how are we getting power and other critical utilities to the facilities? So again, important work, but it's not supporting an individual unique facility. So then we go ahead and just pull out that non-facility work, and now we kind of see how that realigns. And so now, again, academic facilities and residence halls are now in the top 2 positions for receiving funding, and the rest kind of fall down from there. We then exclude our new facility space, and it doesn't change really the order that we have here, but you will see a change as new construction drops out. You see all these reduced, though the biggest reductions do happen in athletics and research. And so then we bring out and look and see where we plan to spend for new construction. And so here you can see for those planned new facilities, where we're going to spend, the rough amounts we're going to spend. And again, just as a reminder, there is a lot of work that has to happen to secure the funding here. A lot of this money is both TBD or fundraising identified. And so again, there's work to make this a reality. We then take our capital plan and ask Gordian to analyze it to see how are we spending against our existing current facilities. And this is a key metric that we track every year with Gordian. And so first of all, I just want to step back and recognize the really important work the universities are doing. This is really historic if you look at the amount of monies that we're looking to put in our existing facilities. And I think on our graph there twice, we've kind of touched that bottom limit. But going forward, we're actually going past the bottom limit, in a couple of cases exceeding the top limit. So what does that mean for practical purposes? When we kind of fall between those 2 limits, Gordian says in general, we're going to see our NAV stay steady across the board. So that's staying steady at that expense rate, not dropping. So on the one hand, you would like to see them increase, but at the same time, again, this is a lot of investment, keeping our facilities kind of in the condition where they are. But we do have a couple of cases where we exceed that top line. So we should see across the system a bump up. Now, again, this is very, when you get down to discrete and specific examples, you will see big changes, I think, both at university and facility levels of changes. But when you bring in all the facilities over 800 million, or over 8 million gross square feet, it's hard to make a jump of any kind at this point. But there are going to be some facilities that are really going to improve through this plan. And so I just want to thank you for your time and just close with, we've done a few things that are different this year, hoping and trying to improve the plan. And you'll see that in the report, which is the first time we published something like that as part of this. And we're going to continue to try to move the ball forward as we go through, improve the capital planning, start looking at how we bring our priorities more in line with our capital plan and how we can bring those forward back to the universities as we build the next year's capital plan. So I thank you for your time and certainly open to any questions you might have.
And Nate, just on the athletic one, that's largely reflective of the Alpha, isn't it?
It is largely, there's a couple other small projects out there. I think a couple of universities went after some congressionally directed spending for a couple that did not advance, but so those are hanging out there as now TBD funds, but almost all of it is through
Thanks.
Carroll Fund, yes.
Trustee Moore.
Yes, you mentioned that the smaller projects take up quite a bit of UMS resources and time.
Right.
At what threshold does the UMS oversight come involved? What's the dollar threshold?
Well, there's oversight kind of throughout all of these. I mean, you have different contracting thresholds if they're going to go out and contract, but when we go over that $500,000 project threshold, that's when it has to come up to the Facilities Finance and Technology Committee for approval. And then once we then broach the next at $1 million, and it comes up here to the board. And so those are kind of those discrete approval requirements based on dollar value.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Alexander.
And I apologize if I'm not asking the right speaker, but where would health-related needs put some project at the top of the queue for renovation and refurbishment?
So I think what you're asking is like health, safety, life concern type projects.
Yeah, mold
and mildew.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
health impacts to employees and students.
And so those are going to really be at the individual university level, identifying those projects and the criticality of those projects. Obviously, they're going to look within their own resources to fund initially, and then obviously go beyond that if needed. When we think about facilities, there are really two pots of money that affect facilities. So you have operations and maintenance funds that the universities manage to keep the facilities running day to day. And those are the ones that would handle that recurring maintenance that is supposed to happen. And then you have the capital plan and those types of funds that we talk about here, which are like your big scale renovations and changes based on programmatic or priority changes. What often happens is as we fall behind in that day-to-day maintenance, we now need to use capital project funds to go after backlog of maintenance versus doing some of those other transformational projects that might have been in the plan to begin with.
Right, and I was just wondering if there was some criteria assigned at the system level, for example, in bumping a project up to the need for immediate action based on certain criteria.
Mm-hmm. Now, I will just say that, I'm sorry, Gretchen. I was just say that, so the university level, they do have those priorities. And so there are, as emergencies occur, and they reprioritize those projects based on those requirements to execute. Sorry. Go ahead.
Gretchen Catlin.
Hi, everyone. Gretchen Catlin, Chief Facilities and General Services Officer. And I think to address your concern, Trustee Alexander, we do have a reporting process as well. So before it even gets to a project, if there are concerns about mold, mildew, or the general condition, safety of our buildings, I encourage everyone to report that through the Risk Management Help Desk. We do evaluate all those incident reports and partner with safety management and facilities to address those concerns.
So that was a very helpful answer, so that I understood what the process is and that there is one, and it appears there is. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Gretchen. Other questions? Trustee Cates?
Thank you. Thanks, Nate. Could you just talk a little bit about demolition? We talked a fair amount about renovation and obviously new construction. How do you analyze whether a building has gone beyond the point where they're not even going to be on a renovation list, and how are you determining what part of your assets are allocated to demolition as we get rid of older buildings which are never going to get used eventually?
Mm-hmm. Great question. Thank you. And so we do have a process in place where, again, the universities evaluate the facilities and the condition and how well it supports their existing program or their future programs. And then they identify those as candidates for demolition. And so historically, they've sent that list forward. It's gone through an approval process based on the size of the facility, the cost, and usually there's a cost sharing involved. So we do have some dedicated system funds available to help support the demolition. In this case, if you look across our capital plan, there's about $19 million of need that's been identified for some very large facilities. That exceeds the kind of capacity of those dedicated system funds and the funds that the universities have to go towards demolition. in lots of cases, and lots of times, it's hard to justify spending $6 million on a demolition versus putting it into renovating a facility you're going to continue to use. And so that's kind of a balancing act that we have. We have, I think, historically done very well. As we look at the Gordian data, our gross square footage has stayed relatively flat over the last 10 years, despite some new facilities going up. But moving forward, that is something we do have to figure out how to address those large, especially those larger, very expensive demolitions that we have out there.
Do you have a sense if some donor came forward and said, I'm not interested in programming, I'm not interested in athletics, I'm interested in demolition. And I want to,
love that.
and I want to fund your demolition needs. Do we have any idea what those might be in total?
We do have, a list. I would have to get back with you on the specifics. And to be honest, some of the estimates that we have are now several years old and maybe well out of date.
Maybe for future meeting.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
But if you can find that donor, let us know. Trustee McMahon.
So as I sort of think about the future, I think about the modalities where we're delivering, and that's less and less in person, less and less demand for buildings. How are you factoring that reduction in demand for building space into your 5-year capital plan?
And so again, thank you. That was one of the areas we did ask the universities to look at as part of the capital advisory note. But I will say we are still early in that process. And so I don't think you're going to see a lot of that reflected in this 5-year plan. But we are working with Gordian to look at how broadly our density is impacted once we account for online learning. And we see that there's fewer people on the campus. And then look at that. And then in our strategic plan, we're directing more online learning to occur and a growth in that. And so that's one of the areas moving forward. We are going to work with the universities to help understand what type of facilities do they need to support that modality, and where do they see their online learning space as a percentage of their overall moving forward. So there is a lot of work still to do in that area. But we are working to identify both those and more discrete examples of utilization studies that could be done at the universities to see the actual use by facility, to understand where that is. Because right now at density, it's a very high level across the system. But as you go to a specific university, you may find some facilities that are maybe being used beyond normal kind of utilization rates and some that are not, and how we better balance that. And so one of the things that Gretchen is working on is developing a policy that will go out on space management and to help guide the universities as we kind of tackle that next step and challenge.
Others? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, Ryan. Is that anything more, Ryan, from you? Okay, anybody, any questions for Ryan? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. I like that TBD. Speak. Let's turn now to the factory, the factory of the future, formerly known as GEM. Okay.
Well, just to produce it and then Grace is going to pick it up. So GEM, the Re-Engineering Materials Laboratory Factory of the Future, is a major project of University of Maine, the Advanced Technical Deposit Center in particular. And we're very excited about both our success in bringing in external funding to help support this enterprise, as well as to keep moving out of preliminary design. So Casey will explain the request before the board right now.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Tracy Elliott, Vice President of Finance and Controller for the system. And to be clear, this is a financing reimbursement resolution and not a financing resolution as there is mixed source funding. We're not sure what we need right now, but this will preserve maximum flexibility under U.S. Treasury regulations. It will permit us to use future debt to reimburse allowable costs for construction expenditures, including any incurred up to 60 days prior to today's resolution. And the reimbursement resolution itself is for $15.3 million. And that is the amount the board approved in September 2022 for facility design, equipment, and ancillary pre-construction costs. And that's pretty much it. It just provides that opportunity to reimburse ourselves later. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll go to the resolution that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facilities and Technology Committee and approves the reimbursement of project expenditures for the Factory of the Future prior to bond issuance. Is there a motion? Moved by trustee Kate, seconded by trustee Kane. All those in favor? All those opposed? Unanimous. We'll now move to President Hadeen and the renewal of the Allagash Wilderness Camp land lease. Did I skip one? Did I skip? Oh, I did skip one, sorry, but go ahead. Let me go back. I'm sorry, it's my fault because they're related. So let me just go to tab 9. Sorry, I'm rushing us. Which is also the University of Maine Advanced Structures and Composite Center.
Thanks, I'll introduce Vice President for Finance and Administration.
Thank you.
To give detail if needed, but this is a request to enter phase 2 in the renovation and building of the secure smart textiles laboratory, which is a lab within the Advanced Structures and Composites Center, and we're requesting your authorization to get to full funding for this project. So Kelly, just add detail.
Great. Thanks, President Monday. I'm Kelly Sparks, Vice President of Finance and Chief Business Officer at the University of Maine. We're seeking additional authorization for a little over $1.8 million for the Advanced Structures and Composite Center to finish the second phase of the Secure Smart Textiles Laboratory. Funding for this will all come from currently in-hand indirect cost returns, or F&A returns, if you will, from prior grants. It will allow for both an elevator core as well as additional access for the lab to allow for provisional access to the site.
Questions for Kelly? Seeing none, the text of the resolution that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT and authorizes the University of Maine system acting for the University of Maine to expend an additional $1.88 million for a total of $4.332006 to renovate a portion of the existing ASCC facility to accommodate installation of a secure smart textiles laboratory to be utilized for research on smart materials. Is there a motion? Moved by trustee Kane, seconded by trustee Cates. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? And with apologies to President Hadeen, now we go to the wilderness.
Well, thank you. UMK is requesting renewal of the Allagash Wilderness Violet Camp land lease for instructional research and other educational purposes. A few weeks ago, there was some work completed, foundation work completed on the lodge. We're very pleased with those results. And just so you all know, we had a course, faculty and students at the camp this past weekend, and we're returning today. So the camp is in use and we really love the area. We welcome all of your universities to take advantage of that property as well. Thank you.
Great. Any questions? Trustee Cates.
We appreciate revenue.
Trustee Cates.
That was my question. We're the tenant, correct? Are we the tenant of this?
Yes.
And we don't pay any rent, right?
We don't.
That's a great deal.
It's a great deal.
Thank
Yeah, we
Yeah.
we encourage all campuses to follow this model. Any further discussion? Okay, the motion that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of FFT and authorizes the renewal of a 10-year no-cost lease of 2.3 acre parcel of land in T13 R12 Wells Round Pond Unit of Maine Public Reserved Lands as the continuing site for the Allagash Wilderness Camp. Is there a motion? Moved by trustee Eames, seconded by trustee Michaud. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion passes. And I think we should all go up there and just test it out, don't you? We could have a retreat. Great. The next item is the Daring Farmhouse with President Edmondson.
Thank you. Those of you who were here yesterday for Dr. Bischoff's presentation about the history of the University of Southern Maine saw the Deering Farmhouse on these very old maps. It is an historic structure, but it is not on the historic registry. And so, as you know, we need to move it to a new foundation. We were approved for funding up to $2 million that was phased out over a couple of fiscal years. We used $65,000 in fiscal year 22 for planning, $500,000 for fiscal year 23 to begin moving and renovating the building. And as we were digging further with many construction projects these days, particularly historic ones, we were getting estimates that it would be more than the approved $2 million to renovate this space. So what we decided to do is to ask for authorization to spend up to $750,000 in FY 24. Those are funds that we had budgeted, and then to stop with short of renovating the building. So we'll move it to the new location, button it up and weatherize it for a future renovation. But so in the long term, we are spending less than the $2 million. But in the short term, we needed additional authorization to spend the $750,000 to complete moving the project and weatherizing it.
Great. Questions for the president? Seeing none. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the FFT and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Southern Maine to add $750,000 in university E&G resources to the Deering Farmhouse renovation project. Is there a motion? Moved by trustee Martin, seconded by trustee Kane. All those in favor? All those opposed? Again, unanimous. Okay, great. Thank you. Let's move then to the consent agenda. Vice Chair Eames.
Thank you, Chair Riley. This is very short because there were not many committee meetings. So I move for the Board of Trustees to approve the consent agenda item, which is just the acceptance of minutes.
I know we want to debate this. There's a second from trustee Kane. Any conversation? All those in favor? Opposed? Great. We are then complete. I think. Have we've finished our agenda on early. Let it be known with considerable discussion and a very good set of, this is a good meeting with lots of discussion. Very much appreciate everybody's input. And it is a miracle that we have finished early. But here we are. So thank you all very much. And again, thank you, President Edmondson. And a reminder that our next meeting is at the University of Maine at Presque Isle, November 5th and 6th. And President Rice has guaranteed us that it won't start snowing until after the meeting.
May I suggest?
Trustee Martin.
I suggested everybody put their snow tires on just in case.
Oh, snow tires. Oh, okay. Thank you, everybody. It was a great meeting, and thank you to the chancellor and all the staff and presidents for a job well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.